Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Everyone's well. This is my name is Callum Donnelly. I'm here with Sander from Waylay. So first of all, just want to say hello to everyone and thank you very, very much for coming along today. So I work on the events and the startup side of Waylay, and really thankful that you're all here. So for those of you who are watching the live stream on LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter, if you want to join us on this platform, the registration link is on the UNICON event page on our LinkedIn, and it's also pinned to our social media channels. So in terms of getting on board and getting to engage properly with the conference, I'd highly recommend doing that. So in essence, what is UNICON all about? In reality, it's about kind of exploration and debate, and we want to explore new ideas, new ways of thinking. We want to debate the changing landscape of technology and discuss opportunities afforded by that change. So when we, a bit of context here, so when we look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been a pretty big drive by businesses to adopt and adapt to new automation technologies. And, in July of 2020, McKinsey, the global consultancy firm, did a survey and found that 800 senior executives found that they were stepping up their investment in automation and AI, either somewhat or significantly. So with that industry change, that opens opportunities, and it's never been so easy to start a business or a tangible business. And our topics really and our panels will explore those challenges and opportunities of this new wave of capabilities. So automation essentially across sectors is here, and it's accelerating. So a little bit about Waylay. Waylay is a company based in Belgium, in Ghent, Belgium, and we've three business divisions. We've Enterprise, Salesforce Digital Twins, and we have Waylay IO. And Waylay IO is essentially a plug-and-play platform. It's a low-code platform that allows makers to create automation flow seamlessly, cutting development time significantly, delivering tangible results quickly. So in saying that, next I'll be handing you over to my colleague, Sander, who is our community manager, and he's going to run through a few more things.
Thanks, Callum. Hey, everyone. I'm very excited to see you all registered in such great numbers. This is the first time we organize UNICON, and already we have a very diverse cast of excellent speakers and an audience with members from all over the world. I would love to start out with this opportunity to thank the speakers for their generous sharing of their knowledge and time to all of us. Next, I would like to thank everyone from the audience. With all these online events, it has been very easy to participate without having to account for transportation or anything like that. But on the other hand, it's also much harder to create a human connection through screens and chats. So that's why we chose the Goldcast platform over here, which has a lot of interactive opportunities. More on that in a bit. But I would already like to encourage all of you, everyone, to ask questions, share experiences and opinions, and generally participate in the discussions we are laying down here. Lastly, I would like to thank Waylay for powering the event and making everything possible today. If you're joining from Twitter or YouTube, you will be able to follow everything happening here at UNICON. Oh, also LinkedIn. So you will be able to follow everything happening here. But we encourage you to join us for free here on the Goldcast platform for the complete experience. I'll quickly run through the features of the platform over here. So at the top, you will have quick links. These go to the stage where you are right now, I think. Next to that is the agenda, which will give you an overview of the complete event with all its talks. Under booths, you will find a Waylay booth at which we will have Waylay demonstrations every 50 minutes or so. And there will also be multiple networking and discussion rooms over there. So if you want to have a discussion face-to-face with your fellow participants, then you are very welcome over there. And lastly, there's a list of participants and speakers where you can connect with anybody from the audience and just chat away. On the right-hand side of the screen, there is a chat window. You can freely use it for asking questions and interacting with the speakers for each session. You can also use the Q&A tab to ask questions, so the speakers can easily find them and, of course, answer them. Again, it's free to register and share in the complete experience here on the Goldcast platform. The central theme of this conference is sharing knowledge, of course, and I encourage you to do the same by chatting with the speakers, the other participants, and using the networking rooms to connect with everyone. Hope you have a great time.
All right, thanks very much, Sander. So we're just going to go through a quick general rundown of the agenda. So first up next, straight after us, is low code versus no code. What is the future? Then we're going to have a break, and then the next one we have is open source, the savior of the cloud agnostic business model. After that, we have just the serverless approach lead to eventual complexity. We have a break, and then we have who are the next unicorns, new forms of growth, money, and investment opportunities. So I'm just going to quickly give you a bit of background into the next panel discussion. So it's low code versus no code. This is a really, really interesting and relevant topic. From personal experience, I started a software company, a pretty conventional one. You know, a non-technical founder and a technical founder. We worked really, really hard developing a first POC, customer-ready product. However, time and resources were an issue, and in the end, we spent over a year developing a product that didn't quite work, and we burnt our runway. So why am I interested in low-code versus no-code space? If I had if I had used, or leveraged low-code platforms, we could have delivered a POC and a functioning product in days versus weeks. Like we spent over a year on doing it. So, and also our costs have been reduced a lot. So I think that this is a really, really interesting market that's growing and it's getting more and more pervasive. So, the next up, we're going to have, our moderator, Steve Hilton of Mac Nation. We've got Casey Bison, cloud strategy consultant that joined. We've got Michael Hausenblast, solutions engineer lead at AWS. And we got Deanne Dimmick, who's an engineering manager at Glova. And we've got Mustafa Sakalas, CEO and co-founder of Code2. So so thank you very much. We'll be starting pretty soon, so we've got a little bit of time left. So if you guys want to make yourselves comfortable with the platform, get used to it, explore a little bit. And the next session on low code versus no code will be starting in about 2 minutes. So we're just going to quickly switch back and check on how the guys are getting on, and we look forward to starting the debate. And guys, really, really encourage you to, if you're on LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, join us here, have a chat with us, get to know, the platform. If you want to look at any demos or anything like that, or chat with the Waylay team, or to chat with attendees themselves, because I think we've got some fantastic people here, and we'd really, really love to encourage debate, use the chat feature, everything like that. So we'll be back to you later, and thank you very much for attending.
Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Okay.
We are waiting for the live
I think
button to
we're
shine.
here. And let me see if we can get started. I think so. It is now 2:10 Central European Standard Time. And we're delighted to have everyone here with us today for our panel session on low code versus no code. What is the future? We're delighted to be here with you today. Just a few housekeeping reminders before we do some introductions for the panelists. If you have any thoughts or questions, please feel free to go to the session chat window and put your thoughts in there. If you have any questions, there's also a Q&A section I believe we can use up in the sort of the chat box on the upper right-hand side of your screen. So please feel free to make use of that. We welcome everybody here today for our panel discussion on low code versus no code. I'm Steve Hilton. I'm the moderator. I'm excited to have here with us today Mustafa Sakalsis and Dejan Dimic, Casey Bison, and Michael Hassenblas. Welcome, guys. Thanks for being here with us today. Thank you for taking some time out of your mornings or your afternoons or your evenings. To get started, I'd like to give each one of the panelists just a minute or so to introduce himself so that the folks listening to our panel discussion today sort of know our different perspectives. Casey, why don't we start with you?
Good day. My name is Casey Bison. I am currently with Joyent, a Samsung company. Where I do product management consulting, and my background is in SaaS and infrastructure as a service, both B2B and B2C, and a really special interest in the usability and how we interact with these systems. But additionally, a background in how we operate our systems and how we deliver them in production. Eager to hear where we go today with all of this.
Thanks, Casey. Thanks for joining us. Dejan, what's you next?
Okay, thanks, Steve. My name is Dejan Dimic. I'm engineering manager currently working in Glovo. I'm passionate software engineer, and serverless is kind of my domain, which is closely related to low code, no code kind of topics. I have personally developed some of these tools and systems, and I would gladly here to share my opinions and views on the future.
Thanks, welcome, and thanks for joining us, Dejan. Michael.
All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Michael Hassenblas. I'm a solution engineering lead at AWS Web Services in a service team. So the folks who write and operate the services that many of us are using on a daily basis. I've been spending the most couple of years in containers like Kubernetes and Mesos and stuff like that. Before that, I was a data engineer, and before that, some 10 years in research, applied research. So the educational aspect of that is always something very close to my heart.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us today, Michael. And Mustafa.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me too. Originally, I'm a computer scientist, but also I'm a serial entrepreneur and Y Combinator alumni. We are developing a no-code platform which helps you build customer-facing applications without coding. Or if you want to, you can also code, but so I wanted to combine all my background experience, both on the engineering and entrepreneur. So we are mostly focusing on startups who want to build their SaaS products.
Excellent. Mustafa, thanks for joining us. And just so folks know, my name is Steve Hilton. I'm with a company called Machination. Machination is an IoT test lab. So we test in a lab environment IoT software, sort of the platform stack and the software stack. And mostly what we end up doing is IoT performance and scalability testing. We built a piece of software that actually simulates IoT devices at extremely large scale. It's a piece of serverless software that we built actually on top of AWS services. and we use that to simulate IoT devices at massive scale and help enterprises do performance and scalability testing. So thanks again, everybody, for being with us here today for our panel discussion on low code versus no code. What's the future? So once again, feel free to throw in your chat or your questions if you have any. I think to start, maybe let me give a few definitions. We've got these two phrases, low code and no code. So I thought I would go to the font of all information, Wikipedia, and read us a couple definitions. First, let me start with a low code development platform. A low-code development platform provides a development environment used to create application software through a graphical user interface instead of traditional hand-coded computer programming. Okay, so once again, it provides a development environment used to create software through a GUI, right, instead of traditional hand-coded computer programming, and that's low-code. Now, no-code is defined on Wikipedia as allowing programmers and non-programmers to create application software through a GUI and configuration instead of traditional computer programming. So once again, the no-code development platform is allowing programmers and non-programmers to create application software through a GUI and configuration instead of traditional computer programming. Okay, so we have these definitions of low code and no code. I think maybe I'd like to start off asking our panel. Let's start with Michael. Who do you think uses low code or no code or both?
Right. In my experience, there are two distinct classes or two categories where I've seen that the uptake and the interest quite big. On the one hand, you have this educational environment. Think of MIT Scratch, where especially either younger folks, like we have kids in teenager range, and they might look at that as a nice entry level way to get into the world of programming, having a fast feedback loop where they either enter in the computer or with some IoT related stuff, some sensors or whatever, relatively quickly get something built and see that it works. In nitty-gritty details, having to learn what is a for loop. You just plug something in and see repeat for a certain number of times. So that's the kind of educational class. The other is I'm thinking, for example, of what we have with Amazon Honeycode, essentially enabling folks in slightly related areas who are not coders per se, but they have their BI folks or data scientists or whatever who not necessarily want to or can really code per se, but really have some problem solving capabilities, but they want to deliver that kind of experience. It could be a query, it could be a dashboard or whatever, in an effective way. So that's the kind of like folks who have a somewhat related activity, but not necessarily their main job or main interest or whatever is to actually drop down on the low level programming. That makes sense.
Agree, disagree, folks? Other types of folks who use this stuff?
I can share my opinion here, since I kind of like more abstract version of the low code versus no code, and it's more about that we allow people without coding abilities to create applications and processes. And if we go, I think every one of us today are using this kind of capabilities through other applications that allow us with a small kind of investment in drag and dropping to adjust these applications to our needs. And if I want to go even to amaze you a bit, if you ever use something on AWS, you can imagine that it's a drag and drop configuration for your infrastructure. If you want to send an email from Microsoft Office Word, it's also a low-code kind of investment for mail merge and sending emails. So today, I think in our time, we all are exposed to some kind of low-code engagement. By definition that we find on marketing, on Wikipedia, which is most marketing driven, we design like more on application building using visual tools. But I come from Amazon, developing Alexa for 2 years, and using a voice as an input mechanism is also a low-code kind of engagement. So we should think it more abstract if we want to see what the future looks like.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Casey, I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, I really want to double down on, I think, what both Dejan and Michael have said in terms of the audiences that are using these. I think the educational piece is incredibly strong in the way people are learning from it. But when I see generally business teams, functional teams, using these tools to solve their problems, because they're underserved by their IT services, because they're underserved by the tools that they have, and they build solutions for them using Airtable or similar things that are honestly very sophisticated applications that they build to solve their specific problems in a way that outsiders are unable to solve, or the systems they have are unable to solve. And that's really empowering. And I think it really speaks to the way technology entered the workplace over time, especially PCs entering the workplace from the bottom up rather than big larger scale computing from the top down. So interesting stuff going on there.
Yeah. Mustafa, you can add to this question also. With some of your thoughts, or I also wanted to get sort of your perspective on, is there a difference between low code and no code? Or frankly, is it just sort of like a marketing buzz thing and they mean the same thing? Or
yeah.
Either direction.
So if we create a spectrum and put the two edges in the low code and no code, so we see a trend that both systems are getting into the middle. So there are low-code tools, but you can also do many things without coding in those platforms. And also there are no-code tools, but you can still do some coding inside it, because all the platform owners want to make the platforms very usable and very easy. So they have a no-code first approach mostly, but coding is still the most flexible language so far. So you cannot convert all those power into visual tools. So you still need the coding in some areas. And if you want to make your users more flexible, you need to keep that doors open for everyone. So I think it's a term for today, but in the near future, I think it will not be the case that we will not discuss the no-code, low-code tools. Actually, we also see that Gartner is categorizes no-code under a subtopic under low-code. And so, in my opinion, there is not so much thing. But on the marketing perspective, if we are talking about enterprise IT, they all talk about low-code. But if you go to startups, freelancers, the bottom-up, actually, the approach, you usually use the no-code term. So it's kind of marketing term, but it will actually convert in the near future.
Fair enough. Thanks, Mustafa. So when we think about sort of the use of low-code or no-code solutions, why do companies use low-code, no-code? Is it driven by a technology need? Is it driven by a business requirement? Does anyone have any thoughts on that? What's really driving folks to use this stuff? Yeah, Casey, why don't you go first?
I'll jump in because it's something that I'm really passionate about. I don't think anybody makes the top-down decision like we're going to use no code, or I don't think many people are doing that. I think this is really driven increasingly, or not increasingly, this is really driven by people solving their own problems. People who are in these business areas seeing a problem that they need a solution to, and building a solution that works for it. And that empowerment of people, I think, is really a strong motivation that people are seeing across business, where they are realizing that they can empower their teams by letting this happen. And so I think it is in a lot of ways revolutionizing IT in that way.
Dejan, and then Michael.
Okay, so if we take a look on the nature, the systems that are adapt fastly will survive, and this is the same for the businesses as well. And we see that from the day one when this new technology, aka computers, were introduced. And this is not a new thing. It started with definition of new programming languages that are fourth generation that allow us to work on a more higher aspects of programming. Now it's kind of on the steroids when everybody can work together, interacting with different solutions that are provided by many.
Yeah.
I just want to say that using this kind of drive that businesses have, and us personally as well, to be more efficient, move us in this acquiring more customers. Customers are acquired by letting them solving their problems. And this kind of enablement give this low code a boost that we see now. But I want to say it was there from the beginning.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Michael, I think you were going to say something. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I was actually heading in the same directions in there in terms of, if you look back some 20, 30 years ago, and you have the rise of the 4G languages, and, it's kind of similar discussion, like, why would I want to use a high-level programming language, a 4G language, rather than, assembler, for example? And turns out that, none of those things ever goes away. There's still a sizable amount of people who develop assembler, and there are certain use cases where you need to drop down on that level. Might be because of the constrained environment you might have, or performance, or whatever. And the same is happening now, right? You have new areas. You have no code, low code, but you also have machine learning that may or may not replace us over the next 50 years. That doesn't mean that the other things that we used to do go away. There are certain things, like, I don't think that we have a lot of punching cards anymore, but most of those action levels stick around for good, and you always need some of those experts to cover that. But the majority, if we talk about mainstream, if we talk about, I don't know, 2050, and you're looking at what is the mainstream way to create and deploy applications, my bet would also be on a combination of low code, no code, and machine learning assisted, creating certain algorithms or parts of the application.
Good deal. Good deal.
What I'm realizing none of us have said yet is that this is substantially increasing the number of people who are building applications. And that's a really key part of this. I think it's opening the door to even more people building the solutions that they need. And that really needs to be said here. Yeah,
exactly. Actually, I totally agree on Casey. So these low-code, no-code platforms also create a career opportunity for many people. For example, actually developing software really pays good, but not everybody can do it very well. But low-code, no-code platforms are a very good step for them to start on. So that's one of the reasons that pushes the trend. But also I agree on everybody that business drives this trend, because yes, there are so many requirements, and also the IT is getting underpressed with so many things. So they wanted to do these things very fast. So they wanted to create a solution, and they wanted to respond back. And this digital transformation also pushes forward. So these are the trends that make it.
That's very helpful and very insightful. It's also a good segue into my next question for you guys on this topic. I was going to ask about the pros and cons of low code and no code, but honestly, this conversation so far has sort of illuminated so many of the pros of it. It sounds like we're a mutual admiration society here, and we are all completely behind it. Why don't we start with the cons? What's the downside of low code, no code, since we talked about so many of the pros already? Thoughts? Casey, I saw you doing one of these things. Well,
I didn't want to be the first one to jump on it, but
well,
I mean,
you know, it's,
but yeah, I'm here
5
for
a.m.
it.
in your time, so please give us some cons.
I mean, really clearly, the cons here are we have shadow IT being built all over the place with what's going on here. We have something where increasingly, especially the way this is entering from the bottom up, we have knowledge and understanding of increasingly sophisticated or complex business processes that can be lost when people leave. And so some very classic IT management concerns that are really hard to address because with this now, because these applications are really built by individuals for their individual work processes and not generally managed in the same way that centralized IT is. Let's say you want to, let's say you need to do QA on these things. Who's responsible for that? How do you manage continuous delivery for these things? And these platforms generally don't have that sort of thing. You make a change, that change is live immediately. You can't really see and test the different versions of that in the same way you would. And maybe reverting, being able to get back to a previous version of something or even compare versions of something could be impossible in a lot of these platforms. So there's a huge, for people approaching this from an engineering perspective where you expect to have things versioned, you expect to be able to do continuous delivery with a lot of testing around this stuff, you run into a lot of barriers. From the IT perspective, as I say, that side is a huge problem. So there's a lot for us to dig into here as a group, I think, but I'll stick on those.
Mustafa, do you have any thoughts about some of the downsides of low code, no code?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, these tools actually creates an abstraction on top of coding, and sometimes they create a very high level of abstraction. So they actually make everybody very away from the coding. So this has some downsides because if your application gets larger and more sophisticated, then your platform doesn't answer your needs. So sometimes making so much abstraction and creating a very new language for the people, it creates a problem when things get complicated. So this is one of the downsides. So on Code2, actually, we are against this stuff. So we are not trying to abstract that much. So we want to still keep the doors open. And the other is you need to choose your platform very carefully. Some you need to get vendor locked in. And so if the platform has problems such as scalability and other things, those are the other downs of the platforms.
Good deal. Hey, before the rest of you guys jump in on some cons, I want to remind the audience, if you have any questions, go under chat and session, which should be up on the right-hand side of your screen, and feel free to put your questions in there. We'll get to them shortly. Guys, other sort of downsides of low code, no code?
Yeah, so it comes to mind, and without trying to be a gatekeeper and discouraging folks to try things out to have an impact there. If you consider software engineering, which is, as a discipline, you learn certain things in terms of Casey pointed it out, in terms of quality, testing, etc., etc. And if you move into certain areas, there's also liability, right? Like if I'm entering a plane, then I would like to know that the software developed there was not put together in 5 minutes by someone who learned a local tool yesterday. So this is not to say that you can't do it, but but you either need to make sure that the tool itself embeds that, has this kind of like, checking and making sure that the bar is met or exceeded, ideally built in, or you acknowledge the fact that it's relevant for certain phases. Think about like retool, for example. You might do that in prototyping, right? But then if you are actually developing a UI, you might want to pull in UX designers. You might want to think about what are the important things, how not to clutter UI, whatever. But retool gives you this moving fast, right? You don't need to spend 3 weeks to put together a UI to see how that would work. So there's certainly this challenge there. And again, I'm not trying to gatekeep or whatever here, but we should be aware of the implications in terms of the quality and the bar there.
Okay, so let me be a devil's advocate here. I don't see any downsides of the low code approach whatsoever. I think whatever we mentioned here was actually not a downside of the low code approach, but maybe about us not understanding the requirements, need, processes, and the quality gatekeeping, as you all mentioned here. So if we have a one coffee, it will be easy to select purple one. If you have a bunch to select from, all kind of consequences can emerge about different qualities, different tastes. Are we drinking the appropriate coffee in appropriate time, or tea, even worse? So I think we should somehow be aware that the number of people who can actually build something will elevate the complexity of the environment, but will not somehow remove the all issues that we have with our understanding the environment. And I think our goal is more to, as Michael said, educate people about the environment, and then, as there is a well good saying, with huge power comes the huge responsibility. So point. Be an owner of what you are using and just go for it. There is no other kind of perspective. So
fair enough.
I think that's my take, at least.
Good. I appreciate it. You got some really good perspectives on some of the downsides of low code, no code from panelists here. We've talked about a lot of the pros already, the positives of using low code and no code. I want to give some time for the audience to ask some questions. Also, we had one question from David about how do you feel low code will change or transform the typical software application development cycle?
Okay, so
you feel that low code will change the software application development cycle. Anyone have thoughts on that?
So go ahead, Mustafa, please.
Please go ahead. I can go now.
Okay, so first of all, I think the applications will be more granular, and it will be more diverse and more specialized. So the development cycle will be shorter, but more straight to the point, and more oriented to integrations with other systems.
Yeah, good point. Mustafa, did you want to add comment to that as well?
Yeah, so if you think about the software development cycle, so sometimes you start with designing, then you start developing, then you're deploying, then maintaining. In low-code, no-code platforms, actually this transition is very smooth. For example, you can design in the same tool, you can develop in the same tool, you can deploy in the same tool, you can maintain in the same tool. So the whole company can use the same tool, and this transition is very smooth for everybody. And you can even manage your project in the same tool. So this is an advantage. So this will, I think, change the whole life cycle. But also the software stack is getting very complex nowadays. So you have a software stack when developing, so you have an infrastructure side, so you have different teams, different technologies. So combining all this into one needs a very big team sometime, and also maintaining those stuff needs another expertise from very highly paying talents. So low-code, no-code platforms also takes care of those issues too for everybody. and it will also make change on the life cycle of software.
Good deal. Thanks for that. I know that everyone would like to comment on this, but we've got some other questions coming in. So let me roll on. Michael, you have 45 seconds. One of the questions was, what are some of the AWS solutions for building low-code apps? This is your 45-second advertisement for AWS, if you'd like.
I can just encourage you to check out aws.amazon.com. There are way too many services that I'm familiar with. The one that I've been using myself is UNICON, but there are many, and you should not think of the services themselves as like monoliths. There are services that have certain aspects that fall into that category. And to me, the most important or interesting thing are machine learning related things that you can use to boost or accelerate or to shortcut certain things that would otherwise take a lot of manual labor and manual coding.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. We've got an interesting question from Sander. Are we missing something like Git for low code that would be equally easy to use as the low code tools themselves? Casey, did you want to start on that?
When I think about the way low code really does, and it's all of us, I think, have said something about how low code does change the software development lifecycle in some way, and that's a big thing. We're going through another generation of learning in terms of how to successfully build software that works reliably, and so the lessons that we learned in doing that in our traditional environments, we're going to have to relearn those in these environments. And when I talk about the lack of versioning, that's exactly what I had in mind. Like there's very limited ways to inspect previous versions, see differences, and use the techniques that we've developed already for this in these environments. And that's something that we really need to think about.
Can I quickly jump on that? Because I, at the same time, agree and disagree. Because on the one hand, if you look around, if you have, I don't know, Google Docs or whatever, like you never ever explicitly save. It's an autosave all the time, right? You don't really worry or care about that. On the other hand, like these explicit thing, like, I want to jump to this version, you may or may not be able to do that. So making that more explicit, sure, but that should be a general feature that you can drop down one level, and then the people who know what that means can deal with that. But I would argue that by and large, like all of these systems do the autosave, and with that you already have this at least implicit versioning.
All good points. All very good points. Let's see. We had a question from Mark around a panel. Any thoughts over data security? In Mark's experience, and he says he's a fan, he sees that these apps, they often do not get trapped within the same security testing that different apps would be subject to. So the low code apps may not be subject to the sort of security testing. Dayan, were you going to say something on this?
Yeah. So as we discussed before, it's more about our understanding of the processes and requirements, and security is one of them. And there must be enough knowledge in organization or individuals when they are using third-party tools or low-code or no-code what kind of security implications that involves, and also privacy implications as well. But this is not different than what we are using now. And I can say that even today, the most rigid companies has moved to the cloud already. So we get this kind of knowledge enough that we can work with the outsourced vendors, sharing some of common information around and taking care of the security. The more interesting topic for me will be like vendor lock-in, which is also usually bound to this one as well. And I think low code with this diversity give us even more to choose from and easy to switch if we desire.
Thanks, Dayan. Any other thoughts about Michael about security?
I tend to agree with what Dayan said. And knowing that, at least, in my case with AWS, we have this shared responsibility model where it's clear where we draw the line. This is what the customer is responsible for. This is what we are responsible for. I just, I'm not a lawyer, but I can imagine an issue where, in terms of liability, if it's not clear, if I'm using a no-code, low-code tool, and it's not 100% clear that it's actually me who's responsible for, things like in Europe, GDPR compliance, et cetera, where I kind of in the same way that currently I can't go to Twitter and say hey, you're responsible for the content you put out there. Is it my responsibility to, be GDPR compliant, or can I, make the tool provider or whoever provides the environment responsible, liable for that? So these are things, and I agree, this is not unsolvable or whatever. All the things that we raised here that you call downsides, I would just call challenges. Those are 50 to 100 startups ideas. So whoever is listening out there, pick any of those, solve it, and you will be the next, whatever.
I wasn't sure if anyone else was going to had a comment on the security question.
I was debating about joining that silence because Michael's bringing up of GDPR, especially highlight here, right to be forgotten. And anytime you're building something that has data flowing through it, and we're talking about something that has really distributed the creation of systems that are managing a lot of data, who's properly ensuring the compliance for right to be forgotten is going to be a really big thing, I think, in a lot of these systems. And that CCPA is also adopting, also has similar provisions. So it's a increasingly global concern. But again, these are things where I think we're developing practices in traditional systems that we have to figure out how to apply in increasingly distributed systems. That it's not new, and it is, however, a new generation of solving similar problems that we really have to figure out.
Very, very good point. As we're sort of approaching toward the end of the conversation, let's harken back to sort of the beginning when I said the title of this conversation today: low code versus no code. What is the future? So let me ask a sort of a wrap-up question for our panelists around the future. Is low code, no code enough to give an enterprise what it needs in the creation of applications? Or frankly, is low code, no code simply an intermediate step toward sort of the enterprise in the future finding what it really needs? So let's think a little bit about that future world of the enterprise. What do you guys think? So
let me jump straight away to it. Oh, Mustafa, I always kind of come before you. The low code will be majority of what a lean business model will be in the future. There will be only small parts that are really core business for any enterprise to keep, and using the capabilities of others will become a must-have approach. And if you think about it, what is the best case scenario for any activity that we have is to have an algorithm, aka a cookbook, that will solve our problem and walk us from point A to point B. What a great chef do is put a little spice, and enterprise will keep that spice. Everything else will be in a cookbook.
Mustafa, can you give us some additional spice there? Spice from Dejan.
Yeah, actually, I agree on that. And also in low-code, no-code platforms, what you are building is more context-aware than developing coding from scratch. So if you want to put AI on development, so it is much easier if you start with low-code, no-code tools, because the system knows what you are trying to do, such as putting a data grid or accessing some integrations and other things. And also it can create more assistive things on low-code, no-code platforms. So it will be easier it will be a middle step. But I also believe that these low-code platforms actually will be a platform for developing components and applications. So it will not be like developing things, but it will mostly like putting building blocks together, connecting each other. So these platforms makes it available for everybody. So it is just a middle step for now, but everything will be built on these platforms in the future.
Casey, Michael, thoughts about sort of the future? And is this an intermediary step that we'll sort of see or not really?
I'll jump in that, and I'll join. I'll join what was said, I think, here, but let me rephrase it. I think SaaS is the future, and integrations between SaaS applications, which will increasingly look more like some more sophisticated and more modern versions of mail merge that was brought up at the beginning of the conversation, I think, where people are integrating between systems that are maintained and provided by others, and we are doing small bits of logic for how we integrate those systems, and the power of that is huge. But there will be some aspects of low code or no code in there. But for the most part, when people feel as though they need to build something that is truly new and different, I think it'll start out prototyped in SaaS, and then as they prove it, go into larger environments, more sophisticated environments.
Nice insight, Casey. Michael, were you going to add something?
Yeah, I'll go off an entirely different tangent. That is, I think the unspoken assumption is that we will continue down the path on, silicon and von Neumann architecture and all of that. If, in 5 years' time or next year or whatever, quantum computing or biological computing or whatever comes along, so all these paradigms are essentially, out of the door. They are like, legacy essentially. So under this linear assumption, so the non-Clayton Christensen disruption, if you wish, the more like traditional innovation, sustainable innovation. Sure, what we said makes absolute sense. I do see the machine learning aspect as a quite important building block to automate certain things and to make sure that quality is met, testing, all the things that we discussed today. But yeah, I see a bright future there. Absolutely, I'm pretty bullish and pretty upbeat around that.
Excellent. Anyone have any concluding?
I just want to somehow complement the whole conversation about the future by saying that in order to survive, we need to better understand our environment, and our environment is complex. And as we unveil parts of it, become more and more complex for us. Individually or as an organization, we cannot focus on the whole environment. So we have to divide it, and there are some specific organizations that will be focused on one aspect of that environment. And for us to leverage, we have to communicate and integrate with these other participants in environment. Symbiosis will be the only way that we can survive. So for that reason, this kind of approach that enables us to easily integrate either to SaaS models or using tools that are low code, regardless of way how we will put inputs in, is the future how we will continue to survive.
I think this concept of symbiosis is really important, and it has come out loud and clear today, as you've just brought up, Dayan. The idea that there will be a series of tools, SaaS and serverless and infrastructure as code and all kinds of different tools and development philosophies and development models. And there will be, as we've seen for so many years, sort of this symbiosis and this sort of joining together. One of you guys, Casey, actually brought up this concept of sort of the integration of systems is so important today. And I think you've rightly brought that up. gentlemen, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your time today. I want to thank you for your wonderful thoughts and insights. Audience, thank you also for your great questions and sort of the running dialogue on the side. We've tried to keep up with that as we've had the conversation today. Once again, a special thank you also to Waylay for hosting UNICON today and all of the panel sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks
It
for
was a
having me.
privilege.
Cheers.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So thanks everyone. We have a 10-minute break coming up. So see you then.
So, looks like we all made it on stage. Good day, and thank you all for joining us who are out and have joined our session today. Today we're going to talk about open source and whether it's the savior of the cloud agnostic business model or not. Our goal today is to really have an open discussion with some key industry experts, and we'll get them to introduce themselves in a few moments. But my name is Adam Pope. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for a company named Intrado, Life and Safety. What we're focused on is public safety around the world. 90% of 911 emergency calls go through our applications in some way or the other throughout the United States and Canada. And so we've been on a tremendous transformation related to cloud, as well as private data center and hybrid infrastructure for quite some time. I'm proud to lead that team. 32 years in the industry, recently authored my first book, Respect the Weeds. If you're interested in digital transformation and my thoughts about it, please check it out. It's on Amazon. As an introduction, cloud has changed the world. We all know that. And as IT industry, leaders ourselves, we all recognize the tremendous opportunity and the tremendous challenges that the cloud technologies have introduced in our lives. It's allowed us to really move into a world of digital transformation. It's allowed us to do things that would have been extraordinarily capital intensive and really prohibitive in the past. But it also has created some opportunities for us to look at automation. There are hyperscale cloud providers today provide amazing benefits. How do you choose which one to go for? How do you choose which one to become your home? And how do you choose automation platforms that enable you to operate really as efficiently as you'd like to do to take advantage of those hyperscale advantages? These are the sort of things that I think as CTOs and CIOs around the world and technology leaders we're focused on and need to be focused on, because the rate of change is increasing. And the rate of change in our customers' expectations, our need to get to the market as fast as possible, as securely as possible, in cost-effective a manner as possible is only increasing. Open source, as we know, has been both a catalyst for and really the fuel for the digital transformations around the world. But I love to quote one of my colleagues from AT&T, open source is as free as a puppy. It's not free. There's a significant expense associated with it. The choice we select around cloud automation platforms based on open source or not, come with long-term implications about our operational expense and our license expenses and CapEx expenditures. So that's what we want to talk a little bit about today. Before we get into that, I'd like to introduce my panel of esteemed colleagues and speakers. Just spend a few seconds, if you don't mind, and I'll kind of go one by one. Jacob, I'll start with you. Just if you don't mind, where you're coming from, what you do, who you where you work for.
Great. Hey, nice to see you all. I'm calling in from New England, outside of Boston. I co-founded a company 5 or 6 years ago called Packet, which was really focused on democratizing physical infrastructure for developers. Now I'm working for Equinix, which acquired our company last year. So sort of bringing developer experiences into the world's largest provider of data centers and connectivity. And I like to say I lead front of house, which is everything about customer experience, digital experience, integrations, developers, marketing, all the good stuff that's not engineering. So
great. Thank you, Jacob. Really appreciate having you here. Jeffrey, let's move over to you.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey DeSmith. I'm working with open source for about 20 years now. I started my own open source project 15 years ago, nothing serious, just a hobby. Somewhere along the line, it became very serious, very enterprise, and nowadays it's called Optoplanner. It's used all across the world for solving AI, artificial intelligence planning problems like employee rostering, vehicle routing, and that kind of things to optimize those better. 10 years ago, I joined Red Hat. And of course, Red Hat is sponsoring the Optoplanner project. So, and I'm involved in a couple of dozen open source projects. I've contributed to many of the big ones in the Java industry.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So happy to have you join us. Let's move to Aravinda.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aravinda Bose. I'm based out of Austin, Texas. Recently, I joined Waylay as CTO for North America. I'm responsible for product and technology strategy and success with our customers. Prior to joining Waylay, I worked at Nokia and Alcatel-Lucent for almost 14 years or so combined. My background has been building products, working with product management, engineering, sales, and actually deploying very large-scale, high-performance systems on cloud and on-premise. So recently, I started looking into serverless technology, and I'm really interested in that, and also how we can be successful with cloud and cloud agnostic. And we'll have good discussions today.
Great.
Very happy to be here.
For joining us. And then last but not least, Alex, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I started off my career working at an enterprise company, big payroll provider in the US, and built up my chops building large-scale applications with quite a traditional stack, and then slowly but surely educated myself about open source technologies, different tooling and programming languages, and eventually started building my own projects, much like Jeffrey. And they all start out small, and some of them stay like that, but a percentage of those go on to become very large. And that free puppy, yeah, it's really not free. And so what I'm doing right now is maintaining that. Waylay is actually a customer, which is great, and one of the best customers, I'd say, because they also sponsor the project, just like Red Hat with Jeffrey. So looking forward to sort of getting into that a bit more.
Great, thank you so much. We'll start off by jumping into the deep end, and I'll just put this out to the panel. If all of you have perspectives, please do share openly and let us know what your thoughts are for my panelists. Do you think the future of automation platforms for the cloud are cloud native, or do you think they're multi-cloud inherently? And that's sort of a complex question, but it comes down to like cloud lock-in or not. And I will tell you, in my experience, the only thing I've ever learned in this last 30 plus years is one size doesn't fit all, and it always depends. So I'm interested in your perspectives about a cloud native or a multi-cloud approach to cloud automation platforms. And maybe I'll just throw that out to the audience here, not to the audience, to my panel here to see what your thoughts are. Any thoughts on that?
I'd love for Alex to kick it off. Alex, cloud native and you good, like peanut butter and chocolate.
Yeah, it's funny, Adam, because I didn't expect you to equate cloud native with being a product from a hyperscaler, because I'm CNCF ambassador, part of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And we kind of look at cloud native as applications that run well on the cloud and maybe play well with other solutions. So I wouldn't necessarily equate cloud native to mean locked into a vendor. I guess perhaps we could change the question to, do you believe in SaaS managed products, or perhaps open source is the future of automation? And when you ask that question, well, I mentioned Waylay, and we have some people from Waylay here. They spoke to me over quite a long time, lots of calls with Vaseline and with the CEO as well. And they were saying, well, look, we could build a solution that works on AWS. Right. We kind of need to use GCP as well for various reasons. So then we could build a solution that worked on that, or we could build some abstraction layer and maintain it. But if we used OpenFaaS, it's already open source and compatible with the two clouds. We can make that the common denominator. And where we need specific services from a cloud provider, like an API gateway, we'll go and use something like Kong. And in a similar way, pay them for the support, because when you do need to go and take that free puppy to the vets, it could be very costly if you don't have a number, right? You have to go on a waiting list to register. And so it's a little bit about managing the risk. And then I think to some extent, you're probably going to have at some point different trade-offs, right? The managed platform for AI, for like SageMaker from AWS, is about as easy as it gets. You really don't have to think about anything or integrate any tools, and it works for your billing that you've already got. Probably the right place to start for some people, but then at a certain scale, it really changes depending on your needs.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the refinement of the question. I think I'm interested in your other panelists' perspective on that. I will say that, being in the role of my current role and previous roles as being the user of this technology, I fully agree and accept that we need a 1-800 help. because when you get into a production environment, you definitely want that expert support. At the same time, it is extremely attractive to when you go and look at, Azure, for example. It's attractive to you to look at their native functions and to say, like, well, wait, why wouldn't I adopt those? I'm going to pay a tremendous amount of money for those, and/or AWS. But but at the same time, all of them have adopted open source implementations and made those commercially available. So anyway, that's what I meant by sort of the construction of the question. But I'll turn it over to the panel and other thoughts. Maybe Jeffrey, I think you had something to share.
Yeah, I think the main concern here is vendor lock-in, right? If you specifically use those Azure specific functions, you can never switch to AWS. You can never switch to Google Compute Engine, and this of course comes with a risk, right? There's a risk that they increase the price, and that you're stuck with that. You can't just move away to new technology stock overnight. There's also a risk that if they see the metrics, it's a good product, and they deliver a similar product, that they would somehow undercut your functions, right? That's why I think we're seeing in the industry that, if you look at on a cloud level, everybody's building their Kubernetes platform, right? Docker Kubernetes has become more, for good or bad, the standard on which people are focusing, right? So, and what we're seeing on top of that is that several companies are building a Kubernetes platform. Red Hat is one of them with the OpenShifting. I think, I'm not sure what, I presume Alex is a bit similar here, where they're building a stack that actually can switch from one that can work with multiple of these clouds and switch between them. There's a downside to, of course, is then you're working on those functions, right? And then of course, this is again, even if it's open source, even then you need to we need to call an 800 number for if the puppy is sick, right?
Thank you for that. Any comments from Jacob or Aravinda on this before we move on?
I would add one thing. I mean, I think cloud means a lot of things to different people. Like and one of the interpretations is that it's an experience, right? It's about automation. It's about moving faster. It's also about like having an operational partner, at some degree, and so choosing where you want to take on operations and where you don't. I think is part of this discussion. One thing I would encourage, especially as we look towards open source and moving kind of maybe certain technologies to the front of your priority list, is thinking, well, if in the future if in the future I wanted to run a marathon, I should probably start jogging, right? I probably should. And if in the future I want to have, choice and independence, I should probably be practicing that to some degree. Now, whether or not that needs to be your full strategy right now, or you have other priorities, okay, right? But I think the idea of kind of where are you going on your technology lifecycle in your business is important to kind of map out further than the immediate. And so that's part of, I think, the choice we have to make. I do come back, though, to this idea of people are looking for operated models, whether it's operated open source or operated closed source. We're seeing that as a macro trend that's really important. Whose infrastructure it is, how it works, whose code it is, I think is negotiable in many, many situations.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. I would like to add one thing. I think Jeffrey mentioned about cloud vendor lock-in, which is actually a very important point, that you get locked in typically. If you're doing a SaaS, you really don't care because you can be on that cloud for a long time. But if you're not doing SaaS and you're doing a platform like Waylay, which builds platform, and our customers could be big enterprise, and our customer could be even a company can have both SaaS and platform-based solution where they are multi-cloud. So security is one of the top one, because security, yes, you will have firewalls, but you may not have application level security that you need for your specific products when you are attached to a specific cloud. So that gives you security, and vendor lock-in could be two major points. And also, if you are using multiple clouds, then you can use specific features, which are best in breed features for different clouds. And you can build your platform even cloud agnostic, but also taking advantage of features from each cloud. And your platform can be pretty powerful that way.
Thank you for that. So I guess I'd like to move on to the second question. Maybe this is controversial, I hope not, but just to get the ball rolling again. can open source projects really survive without big company support? I will say, I donned the red hat myself. I went to the trade show, got it, much to the embarrassment of my daughter. I wear it around, and I'm proud of it. But can that happen? Can we actually support a broad community of open source projects without corporate sponsorship, funding, and support? I'll put that out to the team as well.
If I may start with this one. So for the first years that I did Optoplanner, I did it as a hobby. And so, and sometimes there was no improvement for months because I was, I was fixing my house or something like that, right? So that changed all when I joined Red Hat and they started sponsoring me. And then, when we productized it to actually sell support upon it and we build a team around this. Now we're working on this with 7 people full time, and this is just the core team, not to mention the others, all the supporting the engineers around this. This makes a big difference, and this makes a big difference in the quality of the open source projects. We've seen the same with OpenSSH, right? The heartbeat incident. That was being maintained by 1 or 2 guys somewhere. There's a famous XKCD cartoon around that. The whole internet was based upon that, and the whole internet almost collapsed because of this small security bug. We need to the business model for open source is one of the big challenges of open source, right? And there's multiple there. But this needs to be a stable, reliable, long-term thing. We cannot rely on engineers doing this in their free time. This can work for some projects. There are projects where this works for, but for all of the big ones, you look at Linux, you look at Firefox, you look at Chrome, you see companies behind that with some sort of a business model, but which are not, and in many cases, which say, okay, we are an open source company, right? We will continue to do this in open source. We will not switch to another model. But we have seen but this is maybe for a later quite interesting case. We haven't seen a few cases where they switched from open source away from like the Elasticsearch case, like the MongoDB case. And those might also be interesting to look into why that happened.
I think that I'd add something there, which is that how we understand the value of open source is important to this. There's a certain cultural association with open source that many of us kind of either grew up with or idealize. It's like saying the word hacker, and that has real risk of going away, right? Because of, the evolution and the importance of both the internet and open source as part of that. From my vantage point, I've spent a lot of time in the venture community over the last few years. There's never been a better time for open source in that sense. Like open source is driving new and very efficient business models. But it's coming with capital in many ways. I think this idea of and Jeffrey, kind of you represent it, Alex, you too, have both started open source projects that were because you saw a need, and that sort of like kind of almost, amateur curiosity with your skills, but on your free time becomes important. And that has risk, I think, for sure, because of the things you pointed out and the kind of accelerated way in which companies are adopting open source and more comfortable with it, but haven't yet figured out always how to pay for that, unless it's kind of through a hosted model or something else behind a venture company.
I have,
please,
I guess, experience with this since probably 2016, and I've tried a number of these options. I wouldn't say that sponsorship, although it's welcomed, is a way to sustain projects. There is one that I can think of, which is Vue.js. For some reason, as envious as I am, that is one where they have, I guess, five to six figures of revenue per month of people that are just like, yeah, we need this. But then you look at articles that we've seen recently on Babel, the JavaScript compiler, transpiler, they're really suffering. And curl, which is one of the projects probably even non-engineers are using, right? It's been maintained for 25 years, essentially by one guy. He's now got an arrangement. A similar project would be Caddy, that was again maintained just by one guy in his bedroom, and eventually a company bought it from him. also at one point a company hired him to work on it and they got the support deals from it. But none of these are really ideal. So I don't think sponsorship is really viable. So the first and de facto one is you work a full-time job and you work overtime on the open source project. And to begin with, you don't mind because it's the passion project, it's the interest, it's the itch you're scratching, and it's actually a bit of a boost to get people using something that you've written and giving feedback. From there, it really comes down to, okay, well, maybe a company would hire you to work on it, but your objectives and your values better align with what they want. Yeah. VMware offered me that scenario, and we built a team out. And then, unfortunately, they just said, right, well, we're changing our direction. We're going to use this project instead. And everybody was disbanded. And so that, again, unless you're very much in line with the corporation and they understand the value that you're bringing, that isn't necessarily a sustainable option.
Right.
Then what I'm doing right now is, as the Linux Foundation suggests you should do, is projects actually need company. So you should build a company, build a business, because the open source is just a distribution model.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a business model. It's just giving things away for free is not a business model. However, it's a good way of distributing it. And so they suggest that you should build a business. Had a very good chat with Pinny, Chief Revenue Officer at Container Solutions, about this. And he said, don't spend your consulting revenue profits on supporting the open source software, which is what I happen to be doing at the moment. Right? So against industry advice, the current way that I'm maintaining and keeping OpenFaaS afloat is I am building a consulting business and develop a brand and marketing, earning capital that way and reinvesting it into the open source. But then at the same time, customers like Waylay and RateHub and a couple of others in the works are paying for pro features open core. But all of this is immensely hard to do if, like Jacob said, you haven't taken 7 figures of VC capital. At which point you're not trying to feed this open source project with money that you could be spending on other stuff. You're not being distracted doing consultancy when you really need to be building product features. And so, yeah, the ideal world is you have an idea that's so great that you and you believe in it and you want to live that way. You get your VC investment.
Yeah.
You hire the people, you build a company, eventually it's profitable, maybe it's not. But yeah, sponsorship doesn't work for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that, the best, speaking about sort of the charge you get out of it, the best experience is you get people who find value in your project and use it, and then you have a way to monetize that value. I mean, that feels great. It's great. It supports the use of your platform. I think Jeffrey mentioned Mongo is a good example of that historically. And I can't imagine a team that I've had in the last 20 years that hadn't used Mongo somehow, probably too much of it, because it just was a problem that needed to be solved. You're going to say different.
Yeah, but Mongo isn't open source anymore.
True.
So
yeah.
They chose, riches for idealism. Let's put it like this. Right? and don't get me wrong. I don't think open source and making money is an exclusive choice here. I mean, I think Red Hat shows that, right? They've been sold for the second highest amount of money ever, right? But what is interesting is that if you look at the models, right? I agree with Alex. Sponsorship doesn't work. That's Vue.js can do that. Why can they do this? Because it's so a boilerplate piece of software that everybody needs, that if 0.001% of their users give them $100, they can actually can fund the project, right? I mean, most projects don't have that luxury. So what is left, the models, right? You can do an open core model where you keep certain features behind, which is at some point, and we've seen this, right? We were using certain open source dependencies. They are on open core, which means that the features we actually need will never be implemented. So we switched away from them to better alternatives. But that's a good way to do it. Open core is a really good approach, especially for startups these days today. Another approach is what Red Hat does, is they sell support and consulting. That's an extremely hard way to do. There's actually 2 companies who do this, Red Hat and Hortonworks, if I'm afraid, who are really, really became successful with this. Most of the others are open core models, right?
Very good.
Or hosted models, right?
Or hosted models.
Hosted models where they operate the software for you.
As a service for you. And I think that, so Aravinda, you're going to say, I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I agree with one of the points that Alex made earlier, which is, you want corporate support, but then the corporate may have an agenda. So it has to be totally aligned. If the corporate agenda is not aligned with your agenda, then it can just collapse. But one of the things that I also wanted to point out that Linux has been successful also with a lot of work behind the scene by IBM. IBM builds the AIX operating system, but they also put a lot of people behind the scene with adding more security features, adding other features to Linux kernel. And also, Facebook with Cassandra, or even Apache Kafka. A lot of work came from LinkedIn. So corporate is behind the scene. They have put money, they have put resources, because you still need a lot of people to develop code. But alignment is crucial. If there is no alignment, it will just break down.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I wanted to, maybe I'll share a little perspective. I mean, being the user of, we don't produce open source in my business. Okay, we utilize a tremendous amount of open source in my business. And that's been the case for most of my career. I started off before open source was a thing, okay? All right. But anyway, thank you for all of those amazing inventions you all have made. I think that, as a user of the technology, it's comforting to have a company behind it, that's sort of a blue chip company, okay? And that in fact, it reduces my risk profile dramatically. So would I buy any one of these technologies on AWS? Yeah, they would probably have their own version of it. Would I buy it on Azure? They might have their own version of it. And I accept and understand by doing that, I'm sort of locked in to a degree, not fully, because I have developers, 500 developers. We can port if we need to port. That's not a great use of capital to go port stuff, but you can do that. So my question is, for those of you, the passion projects are clearly there, and I see you guys, and I see that in every open source developer that I meet, even all my own developers who are closed source developers. Frankly, it's just a passion for what we want to do, something that's independent. It's where we love. We know we can solve a problem. How do you see sort of the hyperscalers' implementation of the open source as a go-to-market? Is that a good thing? Is that something that you guys want to see more? I think that looking at it through the CIO's eyes, and that's my eyes these days, you have to say, I need to basically minimize my risk. I absolutely must minimize my risk. I need to be able to call someone who's a blue chip company that can stand behind me, but I want all the innovation that I have from amazing entrepreneurs like yourselves. So how do you guys see that mix between sort of the providers of commercialized solutions based on open source versus your own projects and the work that you do? Where's that sweet spot for you guys?
Before we let the real experts add their opinion there, I'd like to add something, which is
Please.
Infrastructure operator who's decided, even we're a cloud provider basically, decided not to offer software as a service or hosted options, because we think that there's a way in which an ecosystem of technology providers, whether it's private, closed sourced or open source, both are fine. Whether it's Grafana running open source Grafana as a service or closed service something else, that I think is viable. And so we've had a lot of debates, a lot, arm wrestling debates. Alex has been around for some of them, about should we do this? Users really want us to offer this. And they do. They want the thing operated and they want the trust behind it. But I think there is an evolution happening because of some of the things you mentioned at the beginning. Things like standards around maybe Kubernetes or Docker have allowed portability in a way that wasn't possible before. Thank you, cloud, in many ways.
Yeah.
The thing I was going to try to add to the conversation, and I'd love to hear what Alex and Jeffrey especially add to your question, is the impact of open source. I think is first of all ridiculously large, and has a very strong feature. And one of them is just the idea of working in the open and working collaboratively. That sort of innovation concept is so hard to institutionalize, but open source has done it really well. and I think has transformed a lot of our companies, and maybe all of our companies, to be, looking at that as a model and saying, how do we replicate or build on top of those things that open source really kind of just did, because of its original model. But now it's become, I think, a business strategy and a technology and collaboration strategy that's undeniably important. So open source, I think, has a bigger meaning than simply open or closed or business models. It's really fundamentally changed how we work.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned, I know there's a book that you're quite keen on in your team, Ask Your Developer. And I think to some extent, what we've seen in open source has been adopted within certain organizations and called inner source. And it's this idea that of including more DevOps, having a centralized Git ecosystem, maybe with a monolithic monorepo or maybe separate repos. Particularly at Compare the Market was a local company in the UK, and I went to speak to them, and we can see what you've done with open source. Come and tell us how we can apply that to our own internal teams and code, because we want to work in a similar style. And they've been developing practice around that as well. What I think is quite interesting is when you say, what do we think about a hyperscaler adopting and commercializing an open source project? To Jeffrey's point earlier, it's quite likely that project is developed by somebody who's doing it voluntarily in their own time, and pouring their heart and soul into it. So there was an incident that happened with AWS where a Puppeteer plugin was taken and commercialized. Even the documentation was kept verbatim the same, and they just changed the name and started to charge users for it and pay nothing back to the creator. Of course, they're well within their rights to do that, because what open source developers don't really understand is the implications of the licenses they're picking. Because when we have the ideas, we're not putting a lot of thought into that. We're just going along with what everyone else is doing. Or MAT sounds good. One of them. Or we hear that nobody will use a GPL licensed software, so we stay away from it. However, another aspect here for you is hyperscaler code like S3.
Yeah,
it's now being democratized by open source companies. You have Ceph and you have Minio that you can deploy and run on Equinix Metal on Jacob's infrastructure. And so we have a little bit of the opposite. And then you have compatible interfaces, which is like the promised land of all of this. But it doesn't exist for so many other things, right? Kubernetes is trying to do some work here with CNI and CSI, these specs and interfaces for network and storage.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of play both ways. The Docker container that you build with OpenFAS can run on Heroku, can run on Google Cloud Run, can run on Waylay IO. Potentially, well, it can run on Kubernetes as well.
Right. Thank you for that, Jeffrey.
Yeah, to bring up, so the other question also, right? We're seeing these managed services, right? We've seen, for example, Amazon. What Alex was mentioning with the Puppet plugin there, right? What we're more or less seeing is like 3 areas of open source, right? Up until the end of the 90s, what we were seeing is that open source, people had to ask, we had to convince people to use open source, right? And the last 20 years, what we've seen is everybody's using open source. Nobody's still writing software without a piece of open source in there. Right?
Yeah.
But there's a big difference between that first area, because in the first area, people were GPLing their adding GPL license on their open source, and nobody was using that because it's not really business friendly, right? You cannot really sell software that actually uses GPL software inside. They're provided the limitations, especially when you do imports and stuff like that. And so what happened is then the MIT license, the BSD license, the Apache license, those 3 big licenses, most of the software we use today, if we're talking about a Vue, if we're talking about Angular, React, if we're talking about anything in Java, it's all these 3 licenses. And as if you start an open source project and you don't pick one of these 3 licenses, nobody's going to use your software anyway, right? One of the big advantages of open source, besides having other people technically looking at your code, hopefully finding bugs and exploits for you and sending pull requests to fix those, is that you get free marketing. People can try out your stuff for free, right? The big challenge is then to get them, when they use this in production, is to pay for to get them to pay for it for subscriptions and so forth. Now we're getting into a third area, I believe. Well, not just me. Now we're getting into a third area. It's that where we see, for example, with the Elasticsearch case, what happened? Amazon said, okay, Elasticsearch. What was Elasticsearch? They had an Apache licensed open source project, and they were providing a cloud service for that, and they were monetizing on the cloud service for this Apache licensed open source project. And what Amazon did is they said, okay, just like what they did in Alex's case that he showed earlier, they took that and they made Amazon up Elasticsearch. Now, if you look at the license, which was an Apache license, they could do this, right? Arguably, legally, they could do this. The only thing they couldn't do is actually call it Elasticsearch, which they did, which is a clear trademark violation, I would argue. But again, I'm not a lawyer here. And that's a threat for open source. I don't know how open source will react to this. It's as if the customers are no longer actually buying software to be used inside their software, but actually sending, calling external services, they might care less if this is actually open source or not, or if they are using open source, if the actual maintainers are actually being paid.
No, I appreciate that. I do think that this is a world of better together. There's not really, we want to see in a world where, sort of the commercial engine that drives sort of adoption at scale compensates the producer of the value, which is the open source project, and I think that's one of the big debates here. As a consumer of it, I want to see that. I want to see all parties do well because I want them all to be there. And if they don't do well, they're not going to be there. What I'd like to do is sort of a last question before we open it up to the audience as far as questions. We have a few coming in. Is just discuss the automation platform itself. I mean, is open source really the sort of the key catalyst for automation in a multi-cloud environment? I think that everything I want to do in my operations is automate. I want to automate everything I possibly can. Kubernetes gives me an opportunity for that. CI/CD, so all this stuff we talk about, DevOps, all this stuff gives me an opportunity to do that. Can automation truly be, because of open source, cloud agnostic? That's the question I wanted to kind of conclude with this conversation before we go to questions and answers. I'll throw that out to the team.
So a classic example would be Terraform.
Yeah.
If you've touched any kind of infrastructure, you've probably heard of it. If not, you might already be using it. We wanted to deploy FASD, a new version of OpenFAST that didn't need Kubernetes, just for a single VM, using Cloud Init, so the script that boots up on VMs and cloud hosts. To write the Terraform, you basically have to write it for every different cloud and use a different provider and maintain it separately. Sometimes you can create modules that repeat some of the behavior. So unfortunately, that promise wasn't really there, but we were able to use one tool, have a consistent interface for Terraform. When it comes to deploying an application to Kubernetes, let's say something like Cassandra DB, then I can just go and find the Helm chart, and that will probably be one Helm chart for all clouds. However, if you look at the enterprise documentation for almost any Kubernetes project that's productized, why is there a getting starting guide for 12 different Kubernetes services?
Right.
Go and look at Istio. You'll see, because there are changes in specific characteristics, regions, limits, and goodness knows what else. So I think it gets us some of the way, but you will find that quite often there are customizations that you have to maintain, and it's just a case of what are the trade-offs you want to accept.
Fair enough. Other thoughts, Arvinda?
Sure. I wanted to add that though cloud agnostic has some advantages, it also has some disadvantages. Like, when you build cloud agnostic software, you want to take care of multiple clouds. It will eventually bring a lot of complexity. And complexity will translate to, do you have the right people? Do you have the right skill set? So then comes number of people building products. Now with IoT, 5G, and everything going on, it's going to be a massive number of projects, massive number of people working on many different projects which are complex. So at the end of the day, you need automation. And that means how are you going to automate without a low code or a no code platform? And that's why the low code, no code platforms are popping up now to take care of the complexity in automation. And also, it is just not coding, right? It's software and also deployment. And how do you make it easy to deploy once you took care of the low code platform? The easy to deploy means you bring, give the infrastructure responsibility to somebody, like the serverless computing. Just do the function as a service model where you are responsible for just the business flows and just the business application. So eventually you will see that it will bring a lot of complexity when you are trying to do cloud agnostic. That means automation, that means low code, no code, and serverless. So
thank you for that. Jacob, any thoughts, anyone, before we move on to the...
I would just one, because I'm not a developer, but I really see, for me, the idea that we're all living in a software kind of world, or a software-minded world, is the answer to the question is going to be yes. Like low code, yes; no code, yes; all code, yes.
Right.
It's like there's kind of a thing that I was going to ask a very snarky question, Aravinda, which was like, how much code do you have in your no code platform? Right? Probably a lot. And I think that's kind of the reality we're living in, where software is becoming a competitive, call it automation, call it whatever you want. Yeah. Software is becoming, a major, if not a dominant part of the value that companies deliver, because they're moving digital and they're delivering value digitally. And so I think the answer to it is yes. And lots, Aiden, you started the conversation with like, there's always going to be different implementations. Right. I think the variety that open source has inspired is one of the things we need to take forward, especially as we scale and try to be more sustainable and, find purpose fit solutions for hard problems that we need to solve. And some of them are commercial problems, some of them are societal problems. But as a non-developer, I really love software. Yeah. I love the what it does.
The benefits. And one thing I wanted to do, I'm sorry if we cut this question off a little bit. We have 3 minutes. What I wanted to do is, there's one question that's getting a lot of traction in the in our questions, which is, this is from Carl Keller, John Cal Keller. Sorry, pardon me for that. Has any single maintainer open source project based their model on a subscription basis, where subscribers get access to privately updated source on a week/month earlier than the general public? So for the audience there, do we understand the question? Can we share some thoughts on that?
There are some what I would call who call themselves indie devs or indie founders who are very much into this at the moment. There's a movement called sponsorware, and the idea is that the product is paid for until there's so many sponsors on a recurring basis, at which point the code is released to everybody. We're starting to see some new models, particularly from this crowd. But I would say that it just sounds a bit like an enterprise product or open core play to me. One thing that Jacob was saying earlier was that you have all of these pieces that you need to put together a platform. You've got your cloud automation, your Terraform, it works on AWS, and Adam's team can flick a switch and it will now go onto GCP. The problem is getting it there. And Steve McGee was talking about this on the Kubernetes podcast by Google this week, in this week's edition. The problem is that if you have something like Istio installed, maybe another couple of products that use Kubernetes extensions, going from one minor version to another can be extremely complex operationally. Yeah. And there's so many moving pieces that actually just maintaining and updating a service mesh could break your production environment. It could be almost impossible to do that without downtime. And so I think we need to really think about how we're going to sort out the disparity and the fragmentation of using 11 different projects from the CNCF landscape to get your results, and whether it be your low-code platform or otherwise. Because when you're competing against a hyperscaler,
Hello.
Hey
Good
there.
morning. Good afternoon. So thanks guys for joining again. We had a great session so far. I mean, hopefully this one will be as interesting as the others. So I mean, the folks that have joined sessions so far were really great speakers. Unfortunately for ours, we had the last minute or rather last evening cancellation, so there'll be only 3 of us. And I will be, in that respect, playing here 2 roles, moderator as well as speaker, but as well as there are only 3 of us, you can think of it as almost like a joke. There is a guy entering a bar. So there'll be 3 people entering a bar. And normally when you enter, no anybody else. Till then I will just say myself, I'm Veselin. I am a CTO and co-founder of Waylay, the company which is behind, or rather one of the biggest sponsors of this event. We are into low-code, no-code. And before we continue, I would just like to pass the ball to you, Carl.
Sure. Hi, I'm Carl Waden. I'm Program Director for Quantum Cloud Services at IBM. I'm building out the quantum network for serverless execution of quantum workloads. Good to meet you.
How about you, Alex?
Yeah, of course. So I'm Alex. I work at Theodo and I'm a cloud architect there. We're a company that helps other companies launch or transform digital products, whether that's like a brand new startup trying to get an MVP out, or a more established company trying to spice up their tech scene, go from 5-6 year old legacy system to a brand new serverless system. Not quite as interesting as your work, Carl, but I enjoy it.
So to manage expectation, I'm not going to talk so much about quantum computing. Having said that, I'm curious, maybe there are some adjacent points. So again, Carl, if you have something interesting to share, be more than happy to hear about these things. But I just wanted, before we start, maybe a little bit of an intro. So in a way, what serverless has to do with the low-code, no-code? When I was thinking about that, there is always, like, you can go to Wikipedia and start Googling or whatever, what is actually serverless about? And without getting too much into theoretical discussions, is it a cloud function, no, is it a microservice or not? In a way, we think about low-code, no-code. The problem is there is that subject matter experts or experts in general can contribute without needing to code too much. One thing that is kind of sad sometimes is that you see kids thinking about the code is required to do their job. And then you have in schools like a lot of coding exercises, because otherwise people will not be able to do anything useful in the future. Or you have ideas like, no, you just have to know your own thing, and then software is enabled to that. And in that respect, low code is kind of a promise that we can suddenly empower everybody to enjoy building automation, whatever use cases, without the need to code too much. But there is still a little bit of a snippets of code, and eventually that code has to run somewhere. And this is there where this connection is between, if you like, serverless as a new snippet paradigm versus building applications. So I just would like to get your opinion on is there, if you like, a connection, or is that the only way to think about low-code, no-code in context of serverless, or is it something else maybe that might actually change the complete paradigm yet again? So how about that for the start?
I guess to start, working with mostly serverless architectures, I find we do use a lot of low-code, no-code solutions. I liked the part you said where it allows like subject matter experts to contribute to the system you're building. So I find code stays the most manageable when you tie it to the problem space really well. It uses the same language, it follows the same structure as the actual problem. So being able to sit in front of a more GUI tool and build, say, a workflow with an actual expert in that area, it's naturally going to be a lot closer to their actual problem space than if I listen to them, take notes and go away and write it out in code. Being able to have them see something a bit more simplistic than what's actually happening, but like a visual explanation of what's happening and being able to almost guide me along the way is super helpful. I also find like the serverless paradigm matches up really well with this when we're looking for no-code providers, because low-code or no-code providers that use serverless often follow a lot of the tenets that we like of serverless anyway. So like it's often pay per use instead of a bulk package. Often I don't have to worry about if we get massive scale, will that platform scale with it? Usually these sort of guarantees are built in because it uses the same technology underneath the hood that we're using when we can't use low code, no code.
Thanks, How about you, Arkel?
Yeah, no, I think I'd certainly echo some of what Alex says around the ability to focus in this context. The less boilerplate that you write, the more focused you are on the actual performance of the service or module that you're writing as a part of that story. And the more the capacity to scale and the capacity to deploy is built into the flow that you're using at any point, again, the less distracted by the capabilities and more focused on the actual features that you're building you get. And that's really certainly something that's very supportable in a consistent manner as part of that piece. The tendency towards low-code descriptions is not just something that's prevalent in pure development scenarios, but also in scientific workloads. You'll see a lot of folks picking up and driving low-code use of markup and the like to describe scientific process, experiments, and the like. So it's not just developers. It's a whole raft of different people who have the need to focus tightly on a specific domain area as part of that. So it's an interesting process.
Touched about interesting point where I see a lot of success of serverless. I'm not saying this is the only place. It's really in the machine learning pipelines. And it might be just because this is a kind of a flow sort of problem that is easy to solve by kind of chaining functions, if you like, or chaining the steps from one to the other, where the input of the next one is output of the previous process. So is there a limit how much we can ask from the cloud function of serverless in that respect of the automation? And I just would like to get your opinion on that, guys.
Yeah, sure. This is actually a topic that's kind of near and dear to me when it comes down to it. So one of the things that I think when we were looking at putting some effort into improving the overall serverless experience was the underlying management of state. I spent a long time working on a platform called Akka, which is a distributed framework as part of this. And very recently, some ex-colleagues of mine have released Akka Serverless, which is the idea of being able to support the state transitions in functions by essentially making state a consistently available flow point in this context. Why do we want to do that? Because consistently having to rehydrate or recapture state to perform work is a lot of extra boilerplate. B, it takes time, and you want to be able to pass not just the inputs in and out of a function, but also state flow as well as part of that. And we see a lot of different interpretations of that through different modes. Certainly, that's one of them. We use Ray a ton as well in this case, specifically because the quantum workloads often look very similar to a machine learning pipeline in that case. And quantum is stateless, so you have to manage state outside of that context today. It's an interesting story, and I think it's innovations like improving state management in these cases, and then exposing them clearly in a low code, no code way, or through simple function adornment to be able to support those pieces is going to be a big differential as we continue along the serverless journey.
Yeah. I observe from my experience, because we are actually in domain of providing orchestration on top of the serverless, that if the functions are stateless, let's assume that for the moment, then there is overall state management required to basically have like a control signaling framework which enables to control when things get executed and to have a shared context in between these stateless functions. So I've seen many people trying to do something like a database DynamoDB thing. So before we continue on the problem of the stateless orchestration, Alex, how from your day-to-day job, these things look in practice, not in the quantum computing, but maybe, I don't say down to earth, some other problems. So how you deal actually with this sort of a persistency problem when you need somehow to orchestrate and synchronize stateless functions?
Yeah, so we do rely on stuff like Dynamo quite a lot to be able to read and write between lambdas quite quickly. I don't do too much machine learning in my day job. There's a bit of data analytics, but being able to, on the data analytics side, say pipe events through something like Kinesis into an S3 data store and then have S3 trigger lambdas for any sort of processing and be able to use tools like, say, AWS Glue to do any transformations along the way. I think what serverless brings to enable me to be able to do this stuff without being an expert is simplification. I'm not going to go and learn a bunch of hardcore machine learning at university because that wasn't something that I leaned in towards when I was going through that stage. But now I can leverage other people's understanding in these managed services to be able to do basic analytics that most companies need. They don't need hardcore machine learning. And then when you implement stuff, so say you dump all your events into an S3, new services come out all the time. So like we were using QuickSight as like a BI tool for a recent client so that they could create graphs very easily for all the analytics that pipe through. And now at reInvent last year, they announced, I think it's called QuickSight Q, which does NLP over the top. So you can write a question and it will create the graph for you based off your data. So for me, it's a simplification. I don't need to be an expert to be able to produce usable data. Whereas previously you would hire people that was their job. All they did was machine learning. You needed to be experts. And those people still exist. They're the ones making these awesome tools that I can then leverage. But it brings it to more people.
One thing that I'm observing is, okay, I mean, obviously the serverless comes with the microservices and API exposed capabilities. Either they come from the same cloud provider or even from third party. I mean, I'm interested in the weather or I'm interested in some other functionality. But again, it's something that I also have observed is that as we start, if you like stitching these API endpoints, you mentioned S3 bucket as one of the ways to do that, because obviously that your context, shared context, is a bucket or event trigger through which you're then evoking other things. So, and I noticed that working very well in terms of the pipeline. So, but isn't then the problem very similar to like function versus object-oriented modeling role, that you have a lot of small living snippets of code somewhere, and eventually over time, I don't say things are getting out of the sync. It's very hard to figure out what the heck is going on around, or you don't see that as a problem in your day-to-day work.
So it definitely can become a problem. I've been on projects where either we've come on and that's the problem has pre-existed, or even it can be quite easy to fall into that trap. I think the key way we get around it is being able to really define your boundaries well. So I normally lean on something called domain-driven design, but basically you try and set up your boundaries to match the boundaries of the business. Like I said earlier, I usually find most of the complexity comes from the problem space. And if a business has been around for 50 years, they've probably tried a few different configurations, how they want to structure their teams to solve that problem. Reflecting that in your code allows you to usually group together behavior at the right size. So if you did just have like, you hear this term nano service, that each lambda is a nano service. If you just had a bunch of lambdas calling each other or spitting out events to Event Bridge, your individual lambdas might be super simple, but it would be so hard to get the full big picture of what's going on. But if you can group things around a few core areas, so like a client I had recently was a online conference platform similar to this one. And so a few core areas you might break it down to is like chat is pretty much a completely independent thing. You can build chat by itself, use a micro front end or something to embed that into the platform. So you can build that as like a nice little boundary. And then it's not too hard to go into that, usually say its own AWS account even, go into that account, see the resources here, see how they interact together. And within these boundaries, something like step functions, or I believe the Waylay tool is quite similar, allows you to orchestrate these together. And then if something fails, you can even look at a nice visual graph and see where it's failed. But if you get these boundaries wrong, if they're too big, then there's too much going on when you go down that level, and it becomes quite hard to see where the issues are. If you make them too small, then the connection between these boundaries, that you end up getting the same problem. So it does take a bit of training, a bit of reading, following some somewhat strict methodologies to be able to get these boundaries right. But usually the business will have solved these boundaries, and just you reflect them in the code.
How about you, Carl? What is your experience with that?
So I couldn't agree more. I think domain-driven design is an excellent way to drive that. And what I've generally also thought is an important sub-factor to this is the focus on data ownership within the context of a service, and the definition of how you would share things. I'm a huge proponent of the concept of event sourcing as a focal point for this sort of architecture. And you can get the domain correct, you can get data ownership correct, but one of the things that we see consistently people falling down with is the idea of what an event is in that sort of model. So an event is not just something that's happened, but something that cannot unhappen, that couldn't unhappen. Immutable. Basically is the point. Yeah. Immutable. Immutability as a definition is an interesting concept to describe in terms of a business context, and can often result in a lot of fun as part of that. But if you get all those things right, you have a win for sure in terms of how that works, and you have less dependence on what I would call the gravity well that surrounds the database in these applications. Also, you don't take the cost of storing and retrieving every time you want to drive those pieces. You can just use an event log to push those scenarios, and that's something that's consistently applicable in these models as well, and really important to, I think, producing some solid systems in these flows. And honestly, eventing and serverless make a lot of sense together in the sense that you've got an opportunity to share similar actions with multiple services without tight coupling as a function of how that works. So 100% behind that. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, just wondering now, speaking about functions and something that is reusable, obviously there is a small, if you like, single responsibility dilemma, if you like. If you make it very thin, then there are a lot of things happening around. Like you also, Alex Meshi, would like to maybe add a little bit of, I would say, logic into that, but something which is maybe a little bit bigger. So obviously there is some sort of a trade-off between, how you write functions, and moreover, I'm most interested in the company you are in, how you basically train new people that are just come out of school of understanding these dependencies or these trade-offs. Is everybody just throwing functions there and then stitching together, or is it like something should be aware of or not? Amazon also has a layer technology which enables you to kind of share some of commonalities across different functions. So maybe just a couple of points. I'm just curious how you see this problem of the cloud functions, and in terms of what they do actually.
So with the training point, I think that's really important in how do you succeed at serverless, is making sure you have a good training mechanism set up. So I think it was almost something that Carl said, that event-driven systems work really well with serverless. And most people, when they try serverless for the first time, they read some articles, they read this and they're like, okay, event-driven or even event-sourced is the way to go. But they've never done event-driven or event-sourced before. So now they're learning not just a new architectural way of doing things, but also they're using serverless for the first time. It's a lot going on. So I've been quite lucky when I joined the serverless side of Theodo, that there was a guy called Ben Ellaby, who's a serverless hero, who'd been doing it for a couple of years to train me. And something we really focus on is when we work for clients, training their internal teams, not just delivering something and leaving. Because I think serverless sometimes gets a bad rap for how complicated it actually is. Because you join a company that's, say, doing something more traditional, like a Spring Boot backend or a Django backend, there's going to be an engineering team that's been building that for a couple of years. They know their stuff. And when you have questions, you know who to ask for help. You're not just reading articles and trying things out. So building that expertise within the team is really important. But if you don't have that expertise, how do you get there? I find similar to how Django or Spring Boot helps you out by being frameworks, using frameworks like the serverless framework with a few plugins that have rules that try and guide you in the right direction, and using, say, the AWS well-architected framework to constantly review what you're building to make sure you're going the right way. The knowledge is out there. It's just not as common. People didn't do event-driven as much as they try to do when they move to serverless, and so it's very easy to fall into the trap of, say, the distributed monolith.
Indeed. So is that the problem, object versus functional programming, or let's say server-side computing, or a monolith where you have a lump stack where everything is in there, things do not escape and come back? Is it also something that you observe as, what I see often when we do the training on our system, which is serverless by design, people struggle. And you wonder whether this is me or them. Is it something that Dijkstra said once famously, it's very hard to unlearn things. And then the question is whether it's intuitive to think about architecture and applications as event source driven applications, or we are actually more like a sequential sort of animals where we want to actually look at things in a straight line. So since we talk about, these things, Carl, what is your opinion on that? Just I'm curious.
So, I mean, in all things, right, we need to make the hard, simple thing rather than the easy, complex thing, right? And in many ways, we've been using event source technologies for decades now. I mean, a database redo log is the best example of an event sourced architecture imaginable. We don't expose that complexity necessarily to every user who uses SQL, but we certainly have a situation where the overall features are available as part of that. And I think it's our job overall as the builders of applications and tools to better understand what that framework looks like and what we can expose that is comfortable within the context of the user to meet the user where they are today rather than where we'd like them to be, and deal with these issues like contention and consistency and all the other sub-factors that are driving everyone in this direction without necessarily reinforcing the need to consume and read every single paper that you can get your hands on about event sourcing. Because let's face it, no one really likes that. We shouldn't have to do that to people. So the simple hard thing, especially in your context here, Veselin, is exactly where I think we need to go with this when it comes down to it.
Yeah, on our side, Alex, thanks for mentioning. So we are in a way trying to solve problems similar to what AWS step functions are doing in a slightly different way. Reason being is that step functions are very good. That's actually BPM magic, finite state machine, which is really great in respect to customer use case driven things, workflows, and so forth. We are into domain of IoT and OT where things are a little bit more real-time sort of thing. So there is events coming. It has to be like a flow engine, but again, you need to understand what's going on. So I'd like to have some sort of finite state machine as well. So before we continue, so what is your experience with some sort of orchestration tools? Do you use them? And when you use them, actually? I would like to hear.
We use step functions quite a lot at our work. So particularly, as I said before, within bounded context, what I really like about them is when something does go wrong, it's very clear where exactly it went wrong. You can see the flow of information or data, the steps they've gone through. And so I quite like that. Step function, at least, is you see your red square. You can click on, okay, I know that lambda's gone wrong, and go look at the logs. I can see, okay, the data that was passed to it from the previous step wasn't quite right. It makes debugging quite simple. The other thing I quite like is you do get that visual graph. So like I said, businesses have often solved this problem theoretically before. They have an idea. Turning that to code and innovating on that is our job, but they have an initial idea we can base it off. So if I can go back and show them this workflow graph, which a lot of them are quite used to, and say, does this kind of look like the workflow you're expecting? You can often get some really good challenges from the subject matter experts. They're like, oh, no, you probably change these around. They can actually help simplify it because they have that domain knowledge. And we're now speaking in like a shared language. We both understand the graph, maybe in different ways, but we can talk about the solution that we're trying to build.
And do you use this debugging at the design time or at runtime? Just curious, at which moment in time you are relying on the tool itself to basically create a use case? Is it more of one or the other, or?
So we designed the step function to solve a particular problem, but there's not much debugging going in the design stage. It is kind of like when something goes wrong, I find they make it easier to figure out what went wrong. Right. So in runtime, out in the wild, when something unexpected happens that you've not thought about, I find it's easier to track through where it's gone wrong. Where if you do like
sort of explainability problem rather than
exactly. That's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, because that's what final state machines are about, understanding the state transitions and why you went from A to B, basically. Yeah. And how about the error handling? I mean, how do you find that within the? I mean, just curious. You have these retries or something. I mean, does it typically happen in the production that you have to handle these error paths separately, or you map them as states? I'm just curious how you deal with that in real life.
Yeah, so because we do them within these bounded contexts, they're usually not that complicated. So small like retries are often enough. Sometimes just having different error states too. It can vary a little bit depending on what the problem is, but they're never particularly long state machines. A few steps, like a client I'm currently working with, every time they publish an article, they've just got a few steps they need to do to go have it marketed, to go refresh the static website that they've built. It's fairly simple. And if one of them goes wrong, you don't really need to do anything to clean it up. You just need to notify, I don't know if this is an official term, but chat ops, we get pinged in Slack saying that the step function failed, so we know to go have a look at it, so we're aware of the problem. But a simple problem like that doesn't need too much logic around it, other than retrying it a couple times and then putting on a dead letter queue if it continues to fail.
Okay, thanks. How about you, Carl? What's your experience with the orchestrators?
Yeah, I think in many cases we're usually working on a very different type of workload. So the orchestrators that I'm using are generally focused on aggregating as much available compute as possible to solve computationally intense problems.
Do you mind to explain a little bit to audience and myself what kind of loads are we talking about?
So workloads we're talking about are typically what we're calling hybrid quantum classical, and classical is everything that's not quantum, meaning a normal compute package as part of that. One of the things that some of the early applications of quantum that are becoming popular at this point are things like molecular modeling and simulation, something called variational quantum eigensolvers, or VQEs, that are very good for solving closed system optimization problems. As part of that, think things like routing, portfolio optimization, and the like. In this case, and these are variational algorithms. So what happens there is you select a solver, and you select a proposed answer or an ansatz, and you vary your response to triangulate on an answer in this context, which is a computationally intensive process that may or may not require a ton of classical compute associated with a quantum system. So being able to pick up and deliver, a lot of compute quickly without having to worry about allocation or structure is quite important. And so this has been interesting for us.
You mean that you're then basically distributing computation itself to
Absolutely.
Delegate? Okay, so it's that sort of a cloud function, which are then, and then how do you merge results? Is it something that then happens? I mean, I'm just curious how these things work.
So it depends on where the target result is being merged. So there's many cases where you may use different techniques that describe qubit state, or basically the ideal output state of an evaluation, either virtually by combining different pieces of hardware or different technologies, doing something called entanglement forging as part of that story. Think of it as like MapReduce for quantum computing, basically. As part of that, and we would do that within the context of a specific classical computation set. So we've been playing around with things like lithops, for example, to be able to do some pretty serious runs. We were playing around with this recently and did a 10,000 core test on lithops for some simple matrix multiplication as an example. We were able to pull together in a couple seconds somewhere around 300 teraflops of compute to be able to perform some of these operations for about $20. in terms of a total read through in this case. So in many situations, problems that you couldn't solve with raw non-serverless orchestration, just because the complexity of setting them up would have been too much, or totally within reach, especially in this case. So I think you're going to see more and more of what I would call the serverless supercomputer playing a role in some of these key problem spaces as a function of how it's working. Those orchestrated flow points, because they're generally starting in the quantum space, are ephemeral and generally aren't something that you have a state problem with overall. But in the future, I think being able to hand off as part of a pipeline is going to be pretty important. And we see a lot of different approaches and ways to deal with that, for sure.
So in that respect, probably it's easier to shard, as all these independent cloud functions, so to speak, are immutable in a way. They do not necessarily need to share data. If I'm not, so that makes it a little bit easier. But I'm curious then, Alex, other places where you might have a fan out of functions that they are grabbing the same resource, and how would then deal with that sort of a problem? Just curious to see your point on that. Obviously, if you have thousands of things getting into the same resource, you might have a contention problem. So,
yeah, I guess with the sort of applications I've been lucky to build with serverless, it's usually reading a lot from the same source, but not writing a lot to the same source, or if they are writing on different rows, so you don't have these issues of things like conflicting with each other, or like having out-of-date reads where you read something that's changed and then you make decisions based off that. Hasn't been too much of a problem with the particular applications I've built. I know there's a few different strategies out there for how to handle it when it does happen, but I thankfully enough haven't had to face them too often. I do know I had a client that was building an event source system where S3 was their event source, and you don't have guarantees about the read and write, or you didn't used to, you do now, about read after write, that if you read after something's written, that it's definitely there and available. So you'd have this where you try and get a resource but didn't actually quite exist yet. Thankfully, things improved though, and so that sort of problem doesn't exist anymore. You have stronger guarantees. The other one is like eventual consistency. Sometimes, if you're doing a global architecture, just because you've written something to Dynamo doesn't mean in another region it's available yet. But usually, I find that that's not cause problems. But like our applications, because they are designed to be event-driven, can handle this eventual consistency. It's all right if, like I said, a current client is a news publisher. It's all right if a comment on a blog post, a comment on an article exists in the UK for a couple of minutes before it exists in the US. That's not a problem with the sort of applications we've been building.
Yeah. Eventual consistency is an interesting context, right? Because in many cases, it's a function of practicality. I'm not sure if it's still that way, but for example, SNS is eventually consistent. People don't treat it like that. People don't use it like that. But the reality is, as far as I remember, it's still just a functionally and eventually consistent tool set in that case. But people use it as if it's completely consistent.
Yeah, for most cases, you can just ignore it. Like, be aware of it, know that that's how it works. If there's an interesting bug, you need to understand how it actually works. But a lot of people get in their head a bit too much about eventual consistency and trying to engineer things.
I often joke, if people assume something is consistent, which is eventually consistent, you're building eventually inconsistent system. Now, the question is whether people care about that or not. I mean, it depends silly on the use case. And, in case of the IoT, as we are in, if there have thousands of events, do actually even people notice that? I mean, there is really all depends on the use case and even the application of, and often people, I don't say don't care, they just even don't notice these sort of nuances. Now, maybe just as a way we try to solve that, the problem that sometimes we see is that event comes. Let me give you one simple example. Imagine you have water meters, you have thousands of these, 100,000 of these, and would like to make a rule, a threshold crossing on a value. Now imagine that value is different for different customers. So obviously then that information about the value threshold, it's not in the event itself. You have to somehow correlate it with the event which comes from a database or another source. So how you then do that? Basically what we ended up doing was to create some sort of abstraction of some sort of a digital twin, where at the moment that someone is creating a use case for a given water meter, we grab that information and throw that in automation context, such that you do not need to query a database at the moment you're creating the rule. By the rule itself, we know what we need to pick up from other systems in order to make that always consistent rule. Otherwise, you might be fetching a threshold while everybody else is trying to read or write something, and then nothing really happens, or rather some things can strangely happen. Now, obviously, then it brings me to another story of event-driven systems, because what happens if someone changed the threshold? Because then somehow you have to figure out the other flows and trying to understand who has subscribed to these change events in order to update the rule on the fly. So this is basically a lot of these things we've done that I don't say people don't appreciate, people don't understand. To build eventually consistent system, you really have to have this context aware and state machine somewhere within the automation context, which is not necessarily in the database, but might be as well distributed. We ended up doing something probably similar to what you, Carl, mentioned earlier on. I checked this article where we basically have a distributed context, which gets, at the moment events is coming, getting kind of, again, rebuilt so that we know where we are at a given state or phase of the state transition, so to speak. But it's actually a pretty complicated problem.
Yeah, the complicated part is making it simple in many ways, right? State and phase transition is not something that you'd want to expose in a consumer level API for sure. And in many ways, I think you can see a lot of people working to manage those pieces in the most simple ways possible. I have some friends here in Seattle who work on a framework called Cadence, which you're probably familiar with as well. That's well designed to do that sort of thing. And I remember talking to Maxim over there a while ago, and my baseline with Akka, all that's exposed. You're defining the state machines you're operating on in that context, and it took a long time for me to realize that, in many cases, you want to keep that out of the consumer API and make sure that it's something that you push down. So, listen, the problems that you're solving, I think, are critical.
Indeed. It's the last thing you want is to expose that to the end user, because again, some things people assume these things happening, but again, this is the challenge, and I think this is something that I would relate back to the service community. If people ignore these problems, or rather imagine things being infinite because functions infinitely scale, there are many other aspects of the microservices that need to be orchestrated, and this is also a part of the things why we have this conversation. The other thing that I noticed, and I don't know whether this is problem in your space, it's related to security. And here I don't mean security in terms of very simple definition like who can touch something, like authorization, authentication. It's more like, in our case, an object being owned by someone, and then the cloud function. What is that? Who is owning that one? And you put that orchestration on top of that, who can do what? So it's an interesting problem. And I don't know whether you guys have been faced with this and how you think about it. Again, give you an example. I write a function, I can give it to you. You can run it. But then the object, Carl owns that object. And then finally, I create automation on top of that, which is given by someone else to operate on Carl's object with Alex function. So how these things actually happen in real life. I'm just wondering whether you guys have seen these problems and what you think about it.
Yeah, ownership is an interesting area. I think Carl kind of mentioned this earlier when we were talking about domain-driven design. So the way we like to do it is anything that within a domain, they should own the data. If they need to know about it, you duplicate it in that bounded context, and it can only read from the resources within that same bounded context. And so it's about how do you keep things in sync between bound contexts. If they need to update, we'll normally do that through events. Those bound contexts will listen to events and update their own, say, Dynamo tables. Means you're duplicating, but storage is getting cheaper and cheaper. It means that you can only ever read from things that you explicitly should have ownership over. You're not reading from, it's not two different systems, one reading from the other's table and maybe having access to information it shouldn't. Yeah. The other thing is people are often far too permissive with the permissions they give their serverless functions. One of the first things I always check with a new client is how many stars there are under resource access. Doing your best and having like actual tools that check that you're not doing that, I think is very important. Making sure each function has its own policy. That policy only has the absolute minimum that it needs to achieve its goal.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I would just add, especially in the context when we're sharing events between complex systems in these cases, our tendency lately is to move towards more of a coarse-grained response. So if someone is requesting a model scoring event, for example, you don't just return the answer, you return the version of the model and a reference to the source data that you used to do this. And if someone so chooses, they can import that into their bounded context and continue to use it in that case. And I've generally shy away from sharing any databases as a result. In fact, as long as you're willing to be comfortably accept the nature of the request through the API, you should be kind of done with where you are with that story, and let the other system worry about how they'd like to store it, how long they want to store it from that perspective. So I would go even a little farther into the extreme data ownership in that case, for sure, because the idea of crossing over from a function and object ownership scenario just sounds like you're building virtually blocking systems at that point when it comes down to it.
You mentioned interesting stuff about versioning. So I wonder how, in practice, people do that. I mean, we obviously have our own versioning of the cloud functions and other things. So the question is, indeed, as you have all these multiple functions and models, is there a commonality among, let's say, professions, how to deal with that? I mean, is there something like application versioning even possible? Or we are taking a snapshot in time of functions and data models to understand what is actually happening, who has developed a particular feature. So again, interesting subject. I don't know how much time we have for that, but again, I would just like to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, I'll react really quickly and then hand it over to Alex, but I think this is exactly why you start to define a clear definition of what an immutable event is, right, as part of this. So you should be consuming the events that are the output of these scenarios and provide coarse-grained context when it's appropriate to what you're doing as part of the event. But for the most part, you don't want to be in the business of snapshotting every subservice that contains, an ephemeral data store that's not bounded to the nature of the event you're working with. Otherwise, it's just a complexity nightmare, in my view. But go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I completely agree. I think your events being your source of truth, version your events so that you can change the structure if you really need to. But yeah, events are things that have happened, and so you can use them to figure out what the current state of anything should be. Any other way, it just gets quite complicated. You have a bunch of scripts that transfer one current state to the new current state. How do you roll back then as new things are added? It just becomes a bit of a mess if you.
What could go wrong?
Found
really?
Another way. Yeah, I've not found another reliable, nice way. That's not to say it's simple, but like reliable will work. Maybe hard, but simple.
Just a question, Alex. Now, imagine you have a Lambda function. There is a bug in there, and it's a part already of AWS type function in yet another place. So how basically you deal with that?
So ideally, if it's a new bug, you can roll back to the previous function very quickly. But if your lambdas are pumping out events, then you can because you versioned your events, look at what events have happened with that version and try and remedy them with like an upscaler or something that transforms them into something that's more valid. But at the very least, you've then got, okay, 5 things happened with this Lambda that I know I need to go fix. So I know the scope of my problem. But you want to always be able to roll back quickly and not having to roll forward when you find a problem. So versioning your Lambdas and stuff is very useful.
All right, thank you, guys. To start with the analogy that one guy more entered the bar. So it's Callum probably is going to kick us out. That's
Yeah,
probably
so,
your role
so
now.
just quickly, just wanted to say that we're just going to a quick break, and we've
Sure.
got the unicorns coming, the UNICON unicorns coming up in the investor chat. So stick around; it'll be about 25-minute break. So join the booths and have some fun. Thanks very much,
Before
guys.
well, I would
Really
like to
good
thank
fun.
you guys for the event. So thanks very much, guys. And
Thanks for having us.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon for some and good evening for some. So, well, welcome everybody to the UNICON Unicorn investor discussion. And we're very proud as Waylay to be facilitating this entire event. I think it's been very well attended and very, very interesting. And also just to point out that our attendees are joining us on 3 platforms: Goldcast, which is the excellent platform that we're using today, LinkedIn live stream, and also on YouTube. So to everybody out there, you're very welcome. By way of introduction, I'm Leonard Donnelly. I'm the CEO of Waylay. And I have a distinguished panel of guest speakers today, and panelists at UNICON. And what we're going to do is we have 3 questions. We may add a 4th or a 5th. So we'll structure the session in 4 pieces, the 3 questions and the Q&A around that. And then at the end, please take the time to ask us any question. It doesn't matter how mad it is. We'll entertain it and try and give you as reasoned an answer as we possibly can. So without further ado, I'd like to have the panelists introduce themselves, perhaps starting with Andy. Andy Boyd from Bramley Partners.
Thanks, Leonard. Hi, everyone. Andy Boyd from Bramley Partners. I'm the founder of a relatively new venture firm based out of Boston. Started it actually a month before COVID hit, so that was terrible timing on my behalf. Prior to that, I started and ran the private investing team at Fidelity Investments out of Boston. So lots of experience investing in venture and growth. Lots of unicorns, lots of sectors, and pretty much all geographies too. So happy to be here.
Thank you, Andy. And perhaps Gwen?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you. My name is Gwen Umbach, and I'm an investor at Salesforce Ventures, which is Salesforce's corporate venture capital arm, focusing mostly on B2B software in and around the Salesforce ecosystem. We've been around for about 15 years. I joined the team a few years ago, and prior to this, I was at Goldman Sachs on their TMT team, focusing on high-growth enterprise software companies. Excited to be here.
Great, thank you, Gwen. Gwen, perhaps you could turn your volume slightly up. It's a little bit on the low side. Abby.
Hi all, I'm Abby. I'm an investor at Radiant Capital. Radiant Capital is a 4-year-old growth equity fund based in New York City, although I'm calling in from lovely, foggy Half Moon Bay, California today. Radiant is focused on enterprise B2B technology investing, so similar to what Gwen does, but a firm, not a company. So excited to be here. We do a lot in terms of digital transformation, and I'm excited to kind of connect with you all and talk about low code, no code. Prior to Radiant, I was an investment banking analyst at Growth Point Technology Partners, a boutique investment bank focused only on technology M&A. So I've spent my whole career in technology and excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Abby. And just thinking about Half Moon Bay, I remember swimming there and thinking to myself, this is as cold as Ireland, if not colder. But beautiful, beautiful.
Can confirm.
Axel.
Hi, this is Axel Krieger. I'm one of the founders of Digital Plus Partners. We are a B2B growth equity fund based in Munich. We invest into usually industrial tech companies out of the European ecosystem and then help them scale globally, in particular to the US. So we made 17 investments to date, invested something like $400 million US. And out of our 17 investments, 15 are successful in the US, which has always been our goal, obviously. Before that, I was with McKinsey for 16 years, ran automotive industry for McKinsey in China, before that for the Northeast of the US, and have basically always worked there at the interface between classical industries and software disruption.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Well, you're all very welcome. I hope that this will be the first of many events over the years. Waylay, the company that's powering UNICON, has gone out of its way to not make it a Waylay event. And I don't know if you had a chance to join any of the panels earlier, but that was very evident that it was a very, very open discussion. A free forum for everybody to ask questions. So again, for everybody out there, please keep your questions coming in. So the first question is, will unicorn investing in Europe outstrip the USA in the next 5 years? And if so, why? So without further ado, who would like to put up their hand to try and get into the subject first? Right, I'm going to nominate Andy.
It's okay. Maybe I'll be the contrarian. I'll say no. I think definitely Europe can come up, but and the US can come down a little bit. But there's just so much activity in the US, and really there's this fundamental framework that has been around for a few decades now. I mean, you can go back to Silicon Valley, more than just a few decades. But it has really been augmented in various places, and you're not just seeing opportunities come out of San Francisco or the Bay Area. I mean, we see great opportunities, obviously, in New York, but we're finding great companies in Austin. We've seen some out of Chicago, obviously a ton out of LA, out of Seattle. We've had great opportunities out of places like Detroit, out of Buffalo. Out of Charlotte, I can go on and on and on. And so I think that mindset has spread beyond the Bay Area. You could also say valuations are getting a little crazy in some areas, but then I look to Europe, and we've had some great successes out of Europe. We were an early investor in Spotify, and we had a number of others. But it seems like it's hard to get a company off the ground in Europe, like that first stage of the rocket. But once it's of scale, then you can kind of come in. But like, I'm an investor in a German company, and there's a little bit of a dispute, and it's awful to resolve a dispute. Whereas in a US company, the board votes and that's it. It's move on. There's nothing that anyone can do, nothing that a shareholder can do, nothing that anyone else can do. The vote is had and we move on. Whereas in this particular company, it's just, shareholders vote, and then they threaten, and then they want to do, you have to have unanimous. And so one person has a veto, and it's just a little messy. So I could go on and on about other things. I'll let some of the other folks talk a little bit, but I think it's that framework that stock option plans, they need to be worked out better in Europe. The ability to hire and fire employees very, very quickly needs to be worked out. So without those fundamental changes, I don't see Europe outstripping the US. Although I definitely think it's going to grow, and we're seeing more and more opportunities in Europe.
Would you be of the opinion that there are pockets in Europe where, let's say, for example, employment law, is kind of much more flexible? There's maybe more experience in an entrepreneurial sense. I mean, coming from Ireland, and I'm a tech entrepreneur by background. I think, and we learned an awful lot from the States. We spent an awful lot of time in the States, and I would imagine that in Ireland and Germany and maybe the Netherlands, and Belgium as well, early days, but that culture is beginning to build.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Axel will know more because he's on the ground, but from a I'm going to say generalist, dumb, non-European investor, when I just look at it, I see movement in Ireland, but I just see a lot of wood still to be chopped in a lot of other places. If we looked at an opportunity in Italy, and it's just very, very, very difficult. It's difficult to get new things started. It's difficult to move assets around. So I would say that's probably more at the bottom end. And my experience in Germany has not been great. Again, from that startup phase, once a company reaches like 50, 60 million in revenue, it's a different story. but it's how do you get to that liftoff? How do you get to that scale? That has been the difficulty for us. The early stage is just really difficult in Europe. I don't know if you include the UK in Europe, but obviously the UK has done well. I think Ireland has done well. You know, Germany's probably better. I've heard we haven't done anything in France because we just have never really, again, found the company that we thought could really accelerate. And the expectations of growth these days are far greater than they were 20, 30 years ago. 20, 30 years ago, if you did 30% growth, people really, oh, that's pretty good. Now we don't even look at a company. Literally, we don't look at a company that is not growing at least 50%. And all of our portfolio companies, all of them are growing over 100% a year. Wow. So it's just like, there's just too many other places to look. And so how do you get that supercharged? You know, you hear the word hyper growth all the time. That's kind of, you know, it's easier to grow now than it was 20 years ago. So you have to grow to make yourself a viable, attractive investment opportunity on a relative basis to all the other companies that are out there. So anyway, I'm taking up too much time.
Yeah. So I think we'll, in any particular order, but I think Axel, I think the gauntlet was kind of thrown down there a little bit.
So, well, actually, in general, I agree, Andrew, that the European ecosystem is not at the level the US ecosystem is or China. But that's less the point for an investor, right? Because for us, it is also the opportunity in Europe is still good if you focus on the right kind of verticals where you can credibly scale companies out of that ecosystem. So like anything which is related to machinery, automotive, and the likes. Yeah, that's where we focused on. And at the same time, it's very immature when it comes to growth equity, right? I mean, what growth equity players do you have in Europe? Barely any. And at the same time, you need boots on the ground in order to work in such more immature environments. And I agree with you, German teams are just not that well experienced on those topics. And so I think the opportunity is huge, but at the same time, clearly Europe will not overtake. And I don't see any reason why. So for us, that's why I said in the beginning, for us, it's very much about scaling the companies to the US. Because if you think about then getting them ready for exit, they should be in the US. And that only works, I think, if you are credible. And credible means you have to be in areas where countries like Germany still have globally best ecosystem, which is around automotive machinery and the likes. I would not invest into any B2C startups out of Europe, to be fair, me personally. But I mean, clearly there are also good examples like Spotify and the likes. But that's how I think about it. But very clearly, it's not about Europe against Silicon Valley. It is how can you be complementary and actually leverage Silicon Valley in growth, or leverage the US in general in growth.
Yeah.
That's our approach.
So Gwendolen, what's been your experience?
Yeah, so we have a team, and I don't focus on our European investments, but we have a team that's sitting in the UK, kind of boots on the ground, as Axel said. And I think what's key about focusing on companies in Europe is, you know, finding the niche markets that are growing as quickly as possible, right? And so when you think about kind of where you want to be focusing, and one of our investments is in a company called Hopin, right? And it's one of the fastest growing companies that I've ever seen in our portfolio for the stage that it's at. And it's just kind of like it was riding the tails of COVID and kind of, you know, digital transformation. And given that there weren't any in-person events that were possible, you know, over the past year. And so I think that, you know, similar to how you would look at investments in the US, it's, you know, in the UK, it's really finding those markets that are growing just as quickly all over the world, and where they can also leverage, you know, clients and customers in the US as well as quickly as possible. And so I think that, you know, if you think about kind of the pace of investments in the US and kind of, you know, the velocity that Silicon Valley has at the moment, you know, it's kind of a market that none of us are used to over the past few years. And so I still think Europe has a lot of catching up to do in that regard. And I think that because of the pace, there will be, you know, quite a few down rounds over the next, you know, 3 to 5 years because of how highly valued these companies are at the moment. And so I don't know if Europe is going to be able to catch up anytime soon, but I think that they do have a lot of velocity. I think especially in the UK, where our team is focusing on investing. And as long as you can, find the right companies in the right markets that are growing just as quickly as you want them to be, then it can be a really compelling place to spend time.
Very good, very good. Abby, my sense of Radian is that you're now really studying Europe very, very seriously, as a fund, and I think you're really, really working hard to find those opportunities for Radian in Europe. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So Radian has a little bit of a different model. Our primary focus is finding companies that are operating capital efficiently. So we won't invest in a company if they've already raised 15 million. Oftentimes we're the first institutional investor that they've had, and we have a really high concentration, high conviction portfolio. So we only invest in 10 to 12 companies per year, which is a little bit different than the venture model. So for us, outpace is really hard to predict. I don't know if unicorn investing will outpace the US and Europe, but we at Radian are focusing on opportunities in Europe because they've traditionally had less access to capital. It used to be that if you wanted to raise money, you went to the kids in the backyard. Really, really helpful in Silicon Valley when you live next to Kleiner Perkins and Google Ventures. But not so helpful when you're in Europe and there's less access to capital. So we've kind of found that at Radian, a lot of the opportunities in the US have kind of already been overfunded for our model and how we invest. So we actually have someone this summer who's spending her entire summer in Europe just focusing on European companies. And what she's bringing to the table is absolutely incredible in terms of the growth profile that we look for, which is pretty much founder funded, primarily bootstrapped, growing 100% year over year, super rapidly, have found great product market fit. They're dipping their toes into the US, haven't quite done so yet. And then we have an operating team that can kind of help them scale into the US and grow their go-to-market operations there. So we might be focusing on a little bit of different companies. Our first unicorn in our portfolio was a company based out of Argentina originally, then grew into San Francisco. They're now based in San Francisco. So in our experience, we've actually found that you can find those hidden gems in Europe that have been growing super capital efficiently and kind of can become the next big players. I don't know if we're not necessarily funding unicorns. Our valuations model is a little bit different than the venture capital valuations model. We like to see revenues. We like to see that, you're profitable or can at least reach profitability before we invest. But that's kind of how we're thinking about investing in Europe at Radian. And it's definitely a huge trajectory of growth for our firm.
Super. So I think we can conclude that that I know for a fact there are, quite a few companies that are hitting those kind of unicorn valuations in Europe. They're again, it's a brutal business though as well, because for every wannabe a company in that space, it's a brutal reality for investors, and the attrition rate is very high. So even with money, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you, a path to predictable success. So I think we'll conclude that discussion, and again we'll have questions, I would imagine, coming in towards the back end of the discussion. So we're moving to the next related kind of topic, and we can be a bit looser on this one, but it's about the question is how does a company with close to zero revenues, and this plays into your last point, Abby, achieve a unicorn-like valuation, and what formulas apply? Now it's a tricky question, and we can kind of expand it a bit to be a little bit looser about the definition around unicorns, but Andy, we're going to plunge you into that one again.
Okay, lucky me, I get to go first again. I say that's very, 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 very hard. And the only way you do that, the only way you have that kind of situation that I've come across, I mean, I don't know, we did almost 600 investments So there's probably an exception to this that I can't remember, but it's really hard tech. That's the only way you get there. So think about a biotech where you can present a path to investors that has milestones that are generally accepted in the marketplace, and there can be value attributable to each one. And you are, let's just say, you are a biotech and your preclinical data is incredible. You know, people, and then that people can kind of look out to see what you're likely, how many programs you're likely to have in the clinic, what the success of those will be, and they can kind of work back to say, yeah, you're probably worth more than $1 billion right now. But on like a B2B or a B2C company, I mean, you need revenue. If you're building a nuclear power plant, and again, there's certain things that you are doing along the way, and I can ascribe value to them, then maybe you can get to $1 billion. So from my perspective, you'd have to be in hard tech, and you'd have to have be in a space where there's these milestones where you can show me independent analysis that you're on a path to doing something that no one else has ever done. But yeah, like in normal B2B, B2C software, I don't see how you're getting $1 billion valuation with no revenue.
So switching to Gwen, what's your perspective?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, there's certainly companies out there that have been able to kind of get that valuation. I actually think that in a lot of situations, it's actually a disservice to the founder to be valued so highly before they have any sort of, even like a proof of concept of their idea, just based on them having the pressure of growing into that valuation, likely at a very quickly rate. And so I think there are a lot of scenarios in which this actually isn't something that's sought after from a founder perspective, and isn't smart for them to seek, even though, the headlines are great and TechCrunch will, publish an article on you. I actually think it creates an even more difficult job when you have that pressure from the outside looking in for the founder. That being said, some founders, I think, especially if you're looking at kind of the founder profile, founders who are 5 or 6 time entrepreneurs, they founded a lot of companies that have done really well. Obviously, I think that, a lot of VCs and investors are chomping at the bit to kind of get a piece of their company. And obviously that can drive up valuations if they kind of, have been able to prove that they've been able to do this before. I also think that, companies that don't have any revenue yet, I think that for a founding team, their ability to recruit and build out the right team is incredibly important. And that kind of ties into them being able to sell the vision of whatever they're doing, regardless of how big or small that vision is. And so I think that's, obviously having the right team for an early stage company that doesn't have any revenue is incredibly important. And I also think, something that I focus on, specifically in the type of investing that I'm doing is that whatever problem they are solving, it's a growing market. It's not a stagnant market. I think that if you look at kind of, TAM and opportunity, if the tailwinds are there, there's always more upside and opportunity in B2B software than we could have ever imagined. If you look at Salesforce's S1 when they went public, quite a few years ago, I think that they estimated their TAM to be 500 million. And so it's I think that in the software markets, there's a huge amount of opportunity as long as, you're solving a problem in a market that's, growing very quickly. So even though personally, from my perspective, this isn't, a company that I would go after if they don't have any revenue and they're valued at $1 billion, prior to having any sort of POC, I feel like those are probably the key things that I would look for.
Okay, so it kind of reminds me of just about, and it's the journey of most companies, is that even, let's say, Tom Siebel, Siebel Systems, a very successful entrepreneur, and he started C3 AI, and if you actually look at that, that journey of that company, he had a bumpy 6 or 7 years really before maybe it was the company was too early. intercepted the market eventually, and then investors, I think, began to kind of grow a bit of faith in the momentum that he was building. But even for a titan, from a 15, 20 years ago, perspective, even somebody like that, I think can actually, the journey can be quite long to actually get going. So maybe Abby, you could pick up on that maybe from that perspective. And the reason I say that is not to kind of burst bubbles or anything like that, but it is hard. It's kind of not lucky strike territory, and there are reasons why certain companies succeed.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I'm with Andrew and Gwen on this one. It's really hard to invest in a company that doesn't have revenues at a $1 billion valuation, even if you're, a rock star founder who's founded 3 different companies. It's really, really easy to fundraise and invest around a story. However, most investors won't seriously take a look at a company unless they've seen some sort of traction that you've had in the past. So for us at Radian, we like to say that we're not really good at getting the car out of the garage. We're really good at helping you step on the gas. There are some investors who are really good at kind of helping you build the car in the garage, get it going, get everything all organized. And sometimes those investors look at what you're building, and as Gwen said, they see the tailwinds in the market and they say, look, this is $1 billion car. We'll step on the gas later. There are situations where that happens. It's not something that Radian really plays in, but sometimes it happens. And as Gwen said, it really kind of comes down to what's the market doing? Are there massive tailwinds? And kind of what is the founding team? Are they a bunch of rock stars who've done this before that you can really put faith in? That's kind of how those companies get those $1 billion valuations, to my knowledge. Alex Ellis kind of touched upon this in an earlier session when he was talking about open source projects and kind of their sponsorship from organizations. And he said, projects can't survive with just sponsorship. This idea kind of translates into companies and investing. The idea has to be there and there has to be product market fit for this to work. You can't just keep on pouring money into something that doesn't have both of those things. So that's kind of what's important for me when I look at companies that achieve a $1 billion valuation. They have to have that product market fit and be growing like a weed on their own, because otherwise, does the market really need what you're building? So those are things that I look at when I kind of am evaluating these unicorns. Additionally, when you think about companies and their valuations just in general, kind of moving away from unicorns, kind of what I like to think about is what types of business models will be successful? And kind of at Radian, what we love is product-led growth. Is the product taking off kind of within the organization? It starts off on one team using it, and then all of a sudden the COO is saying, hey, what the heck is that? I need that in my group too. And then you're signing a multi-million-dollar enterprise contract. Something that Waylay is doing is focusing on that product-led growth. And we think that's kind of the best way to really have a product catch fire within an organization. So derailed us a bit from the unicorn talk, but those are kind of my thoughts on this question.
Well, I'm delighted that you're making some positive comments about Waylay in that regard, Yushin. So thank you very much. It's an interesting one, though. Axel, you can take a brand new perspective here, but I think even with getting the company out of the garage kind of scenario, and even if you get an amazing valuation, the conditions that come with that are pretty horrific. You know what I mean? I would imagine. You know what I mean? In terms of the downstream impact of not being successful. Maybe Axel, you could pick up here.
Yeah. So actually, we invest very similar to what Abby is doing, and even at a later point in time. And we define maturity of a company also by the revenues they make. So for us, it's also, we usually invest when they are at least 500K monthly recurring, something like that. So it's also difficult for me to say. Yeah. We like a strong IP. We like we invest into a couple of tech nerds sitting in a basement, but who sell their product already to Google, yeah, without a sales guy. We like that, and we can indeed help them then scale. But we are also not the kind of guys who find that team that will most likely build a unicorn without any sales at all. So same here, unfortunately. But by the way, this is also more, I guess this is more the European profile that works. It's not this superstar experienced team that has done it a couple of times. And also, when you look into Tom Siebel, and you mentioned C3 AI, I mean, to be fair, people invested into C3 AI because of Tom Siebel, not because of C3 AI. Yeah? I mean, C3 AI back, I think C3 Energy, then C3 IoT, and now C3 AI. It took them forever, yeah. And I mean, what they're doing is not super unique. Yeah, it's a good company. It's a good company because Tom Siebel is there and they hired good people. But it's about experience, and at least for Europe, you don't have that so much. You don't have those serial entrepreneurs so much.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, I think that is true, and I think that there are talent pockets. You know, it's unfair to say, you know, to homogenize Europe. I think that there are great entrepreneurs in different places, but maybe the gross critical mass is not there yet. I think that would be fair, but the ambition absolutely is. And I find it very interesting because most of my tech working life and doing advisory work has been North America and laterally China, but actually very little in Europe, interestingly enough, and that's over what, 7 years. But I'm actually definitely beginning to see the kind of the right sort of companies, the right sort of teams. You know, they carry enough experience. They have more confidence, and the leadership capabilities. I think I mentioned my dissertation in Trinity was about, success failure based around the personality of the CEO, and I think that those leaders and kind of that kind of quasi promoter piece as well is beginning to come through in the personalities of these, of European tech companies, which is really, really important. We might park this one there because it's a notoriously difficult one to draw any conclusion on. But I think the wisdom that the four of you has shown is very evident that it's not easy, it's very rare, and it's improbable in many instances. So the last question, it's kind of very pandemic relevant, in the sense that digital transformation, is buzzword that is being bandied around on a regular basis. But really what it means, I think when you strip it down, is actually about the role of automation. And it was an interesting comment from your partner, Axel, Thomas Jetter, that I think he said within 30 years, there's going to be a shortage of about 51 million people in Europe to do certain tasks. So it raises the question, and it's a question I think you can take all over the world. And I know we do have a question from a guy in Asia, on this subject as well. But the role of automation, I think is going to be a very big theme going forward. Pandemic has kind of exposed all that. And I think particularly in the B2B market, I think it's where you see the most innovation today. So I'd like to maybe, Axel, I think Germany is a leader in this domain, so very much like Axel to lead us off here.
Yeah, sure. I can try. I mean, automation is a huge topic just by definition for the German market, at least. I mean, we have a shortage of workforce, so we have to automate more. Plus, Germany has traditionally been very strong in manufacturing, and also when you think about exporting of products. So yes, there's a huge push, and that's what I meant at the beginning. You have to be, so if you invest into companies in Europe and want to build unicorns out of Europe, you have to do that in an area where it's credible. And here we are, right? Automation, in general, when you take the broader topic of automation, including the industrial IoT, obviously, you can also link this to the adjacent topics like enabling technologies for autonomous driving, stuff like that. I mean, yes, this is a huge topic, a huge area where Europe is very credible in. Where you have the original leaders in those areas come out of Europe. And I would guess you also have better talent than most other regions in this area, so you have the right kind of ecosystem. And also when you look into the investments of US tech companies in Europe, like Google investing in Europe, they further invest in Munich, for example, in that space. The Google industrial cloud team and also the automotive cloud team are based out of Munich, the global headquarters. IBM's industrial IoT team is based in Munich. So huge topic. US tech understands that as well. And so we link back to Europe, and Europe is probably the better starting point for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I would agree. I think there are other parts of the world. I think that in Asia, obviously China is incredibly advanced here as well, Jürgen. But I, based on what I can see, I think I would absolutely agree with you. Gwen, I think this is kind of an interesting one for you because Salesforce, I would imagine, with things like Einstein and Service Cloud and Field Service Lightning, things like that, it's kind of understanding this space a lot better. And I can see even in the earnings call transcripts, that digital transformation is very important. Internet of Things is a theme, AI. So Salesforce seems to be moving in this direction.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that one of the reasons why I like enterprise software investing so much is because a lot of it is around how do you make the enterprise, these large organizations with over 10,000 employees, more efficient and effective, right? And I think that in any large organization, and Salesforce is over, I think, 30,000 employees at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but you have a lot of people who are doing really monotonous tasks, right? And so things that are very repeatable, things that you could likely automate, right, if you had the right software and the right technology. And so it's certainly something that Salesforce is focusing on, because at the end of the day, you want the people that you hire and all of your human capital investments to be the most efficient and effective. And if you are hiring people and paying them to do tasks that could be done by any sort of software that's written the right way, then of course we'd rather invest in that and free up the time for people who can work on more interesting projects. And so I think a lot of how Salesforce, and I'm a little bit detached from the larger entity, given I sit in an entirely separate arm, but I think how they're thinking about it is what are the investments that we can make and the partnerships that we can look to in order to free up those, especially engineering resources. You see kind of this, there's so much money going into all these engineering tools right now, and this like no code, low code automation movement, so that you can have people freed up to do what they want to be focusing on. And so we've made some investments in robotics process automation, and obviously UiPath is one of the most highly valued companies in B2B software right now. I think it's trading at 36 times forward revenue. And so this is something that, the entire world, all the public markets investors are also, highly focused on, and think that it's going to be continue to grow into something that's, even larger than it is today. So yeah, it's something, that I think we talk about a lot in terms of kind of thinking about AI, and obviously Einstein Analytics is, a big part of that. And I worked on our investment in Snowflake, right? And even though that isn't, directly tied to automation and kind of, the workflow piece of it, it's certainly a part of digital transformation for companies, right? In terms of,
it's interesting. It's interesting, Gwen, that that actually one of the mutual opportunities with the Waylay Salesforce Digital Twin, which is an automation solution, that I was staggered with one of the early potential customers that the OPEX savings or the operational savings per annum are in a range of anything from $100 to $500 million to the end customer. So I mean that's massive. So the disruption of automation technologies is really, really deep and powerful, and I think that's Just not a point to make. And nice to note also that UiPath is a company that came out of Europe. So so in the year,
I thought you'd like that.
Andy, I know we're going to be running a little bit time just to make sure that we squeeze in some questions. So Andy, what's your perspective?
Yeah, I don't know about driving most, but we like this space. Digital transformation automation is one of our key areas. I mean, when people ask me about it, I say we like to invest in companies that are putting people out of work. Sounds awful, but that's how we get productivity. And we think there's tools now that are at a stage, yeah, they've existed, machine learning, AI has existed for a while, but they're kind of now figuring out the applications, and it's great productivity. So we really like it. We spend most of our time in that space.
Excellent. And Abby, final perspective from you.
Yeah, just to kind of round it out here, I think we've talked about just the massive tailwinds and digital transformation and automation. But something that we haven't talked about yet is what digital transformation means and how broad that term is. You know, Andy says that he like investing in companies that put people out of work is so true. That's kind of what we do at Radian too. But at the same time, I think that there's room in that digital transformation for tools that bring something that's in the physical world into the digital world. And it can be something as simple as bringing a physical whiteboard into a digital whiteboard. One of our first unicorn that we invested in from our first fund was Mural. And Mural brings digital whiteboarding into the virtual world. And that's digital transformation doesn't have to be, you know, a super complicated product just for engineering teams. It's kind of seeping into everyday users' lives too. And there's a lot of opportunity for just the most basic things to be digitally transformed. And I'm really excited to see kind of what entrepreneurs and future tech innovators come up with. I mean, I wish I had thought of bringing a physical whiteboard into the digital world in 2020, you know? And there's just so much left out there for us to digitally transform, whether it's hard tech or something as simple as a whiteboard.
Yeah, it's and just maybe just to close this piece of the conversation, I think that the fact that you know, everything is low and no code based, it certainly is with Waylay. You know, very advanced. Your user experience is amazing. Little plug from Leonard, but it really does change things. We have critical skill shortages with data scientists, and now with these low and no code approach, you know, the operations teams, anybody with an average IQ, can build an application themselves. They don't have to kind of send their requirements to the data science group and wait and see something come back 2 years later and it doesn't work. They can actually build based on their own domain knowledge today, which I think is amazing. I think Callum, I'm hoping, is going to step in with a collection of questions from the audience. Are you there, Callum? We'll go give him a.
I'm here.
There you are.
Yeah. So we just have a question from Kishore here. So he's curious to hear about thoughts on Asia, the Asian market, and do the economics allow for growth capital? Any B2B companies that you're excited about? That question was sent in a little while ago, but that's one of the questions. Yeah.
I think Abby, we're gonna focus Radian on this.
You kind of picked the wrong gal, I'm not gonna lie. We haven't done much in Asia, although recently we recently invested in a company that does basically it's a design automation platform for the apparel industry. And so I think that when it comes to Asia, we're looking at companies that have sort of the geography, you know, informs what they do. So this company is based in Singapore, and they're super close to a lot of the apparel industry in Asia and all of the factories that are there. So when it comes to Asian companies in Asia, that's kind of what we're looking for. Do you have a reason to be in Asia? Because if not, it's kind of hard for us to get there, although the pandemic has, you know, made that a lot easier. But that's kind of our only investment in Asia to date. I know that there's a lot going on in that ecosystem. I'm not very close to it. So if someone else is close to it, by all means, fellow panelists, jump in. But we're excited about what's happening in the Asian market.
Yeah, maybe I could comment because I've spent so much time in that part of the world. I think China has been an exceptional innovator, for the last decade. But I think with the geopolitical adjustments that are occurring, I think that there is an incredible amount of innovation occurring elsewhere in Asia, and even places like the Philippines. Obviously Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam. And I think these countries are going to be the up and coming powerhouse to kind of. To kind of where these highly innovative, even unicorn-like companies actually come from. I mean, Andy, would you have a perspective on this? Maybe reaching back into Fidelity.
Yeah. So my current firm, we really focus on North America, but yeah, back at what we were doing in Fidelity, we invested in all sectors, all geographies. There's definitely the foundation for attractive investments in Asia. China is the obvious one. I'd almost even say that's a separate market, but other parts of Asia, we saw great opportunities. We were always looking for companies that weren't just regional powerhouses, but could become global players. And that's really all we were looking for. And that kind of goes hand in hand with being a unicorn. But we saw lots of opportunities in Korea, Indonesia. So yeah, I definitely think that there's a lot of opportunities. It's a good foundation for it. The flip side of the coin for us, the downside is that, as Axel said, you kind of need boots on the ground in Europe. I think it's even more true in Asia. If you're trying to do Asia from the US, you're going to get things that everyone else, what you see and think of as exciting. That's because, you just don't know that 50 people or 100 people have already passed on it. And they know where all the skeletons are. And you're at a real disadvantage if you don't have people on the ground who are watching these companies as they grow up. It's just too big of an area.
Yeah.
Those are my.
I was just thinking, maybe I'll just get your perspective quickly. I mean, I've spent a fair bit of time in India. And I was chairman of a company there, for a very short period of time, actually, because for that very reason, I thought it was kind of never going to work. Not being a non-Indian, you're not understanding it's a very complex culture, very complex market. And I'd just be curious about your views. And I know there are a lot of people from India that have are with us here today. So it just would be maybe interesting, Andy, to get your view quickly on India.
Yeah, I don't think we ever did anything out of India. I think that's even, similar comment. I think you have to have boots on the ground. And if you don't, I just feel like you're looking at whatever everyone else has passed on. You're not going to get the best opportunities. They're going to be snapped up by the people that are on the ground there. They're going to be snapped up very, very quickly because there isn't a plethora of opportunities all over the place, like there is in the U.S. and it's easy to travel around and in Europe and frankly in China. So I think that's just harder to do.
Axel, we'll give you the last word on this question.
Yeah, well, I lived in China for 4 years. After 4 years, I had understood that I haven't understood anything. By the way, that's already quite a step further than many of the investors in China. But that's why we would not invest in Asia without a local team. I mean, just like Andy said, I totally believe in the opportunity there and in the power of the companies there. I mean, it's an amazing market and amazing teams, but it's just different. Mm-hmm. And so I would not invest there. Also, when I think about the scale-up story of our companies, it's first to the US, also not within Europe, right? We go from Germany to the US, and then we might go from the US to China. Mm-hmm. But we would never do it the other way around.
Interesting. Callum, and maybe Gwen, we'll maybe, sorry, I think this probably will be our last question just for time. What further question would you like to ask, Callum, on behalf of somebody?
On behalf, okay, so I'm just conscious of time, so how people have schedules and things like that. But as this goes back to the unicorn discussions, so this is from David. So as you talk about these unicorns, you allude to or directly talked about the vision that leadership has for the future of the company. If you had to pick one aspect of that vision that is important to you, what would that be? So I guess that's an interesting one, kind of as a good closer as well, you know? Yeah.
So Gwen.
Wow, that's a stinger.
That's a tough question, in fairness.
Yeah. I think that in the context of it being a unicorn type valued company, and this might sound cliche, but I think that the most important thing for me would be that the vision is category defining, especially if it's an early stage company. And what I mean by that is that it's not, I mean, you can certainly build large companies off of, you know, problems that have been solved in the wrong way, or, you know, companies that have failed trying to do it, things like that. But I think that founders with a vision, and, you know, even if it doesn't pan out, founders with a vision that, you know, the world can be changed for the better in a certain way. And that they're defining a category in the company that they're building, I think that can be very, very compelling. And, you know, you have to have really big balls to be a founder, right? And be an entrepreneur, and, you know, being able to kind of sell your vision that, you know, you're going to create and define a new category yourself is really exciting. So that's certainly something that, you know, gets me pumped up when, you know, I'm hearing pitches.
It's interesting that before we were talking backstage, we were talking about an alternative question, which was all about founders and leaders, and lessons learned, good or bad, in failure situations and in success situations. And by the way, we all know that failure is very complex. You know, is not necessarily the embodiment of the founder that's the problem. It can sometimes be the investors, or it can be sometimes something, you know, in the geopolitically has happened in the world. And so there's a sort of force majeure. But it would be really interesting to maybe move the needle and see what the experience has been from different perspectives. Maybe perhaps Andy, starting with you again.
Sure. I mean, so, you know, you can sometimes bucket investors into two camps. You know, you bet on the jockey or you bet on the horse. I don't think it's ever that simple, but if you throw me into a bucket, I'm in the horse bucket, I guess. I bet on the horse. I don't really like betting on the jockey, but if I look back over the times when we've done well, when the horse hasn't been so good, but the jockey has kind of saved the day, there's really one attribute that stands out, and that's storytelling. That they can craft a narrative that just, I mean, I call it, you know, sprinkling pixie dust over people, and they just walk in a room, and the next thing you know, they just trigger that hand to wallet reflex, and the next thing you know, people want to write a check, and they spend less time on the diligence and more time understanding. You know, this vision, but it's really the founder's ability to craft an enticing narrative that, hey, if I'm successful, look at what this could potentially be. And not everyone can. It's a very, very, very hard skill to acquire. But they have, you know, founders that have that skill have bailed us out a few times, and I've been utterly shocked. You know, that this company should go bankrupt, and he's able to sell it for a profit. And I have numerous examples of that. So it's really, it's telling a story, and storytelling, I think, is more important than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. It used to be you would look at how many patents someone had, and you'd value X number of patents times Y million dollars equals, you know, the value, or X number of engineers times Y million dollars per engineer equals the value. And now it's much more fluid, and it's, you know, kind of what Gwendolyn was saying, is this ability to tell this story. It's storytelling. Yeah.
Axel, what would be your experiences?
Well, I agree. I also like people who tell good stories. The problem is you don't find many in Europe. So for us, it's very much about old school, making sure we invest into really cool technology and that we have those tech nerds I referred to before, which know what they're doing and who are the best globally in this particular field. And then it's about making sure that those people are open to adding on people that helps them to get a commercial mindset as well. And that is not so easy because and we are super transparent with them before we invest, and we align with them before we invest that those commercial people will be added on, because otherwise they don't see the value of commercial people, salespeople. They don't understand that. So it is important to have a strong IP people, I think, and then making sure that they are open to add in further people.
Yeah, absolutely. And last word, Abby. I think Callum is trying to wrap us up.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. The most important thing I look for when a founder is pitching me is, are you solving a problem? There's a lot of really cool technology out there. I think VR is the first one that comes to mind. Prior to the pandemic, VR is pretty cool technology, built by some pretty smart people. Did the world need it? Questionable. So when I'm listening to a pitch and listening to a founder tell me about something, I think, does this really solve a problem? And I think to one of our companies called Boast in our portfolio, and Boast does R&D tax credit automation. Filing R&D tax credits is terrible. It's a terrible process built by terrible bureaucratic people. And Boast.ai simplifies it. That's really problem solving, and that's why we invested in Boast. They're not a unicorn at the moment, but they solve a real problem for companies. So that's kind of, if you're a founder looking to pitch, I think double clicking on that problem that you're solving and really selling how you make people's lives easier. That's kind of how you get a product that's really sticky in an organization, whether they're SMBs or enterprises. That's what I look for.
Super. Okay, well, listen, first of all, I want to thank you all so much for taking the time. I know you're incredibly busy. I'm in different parts of the world, different time zones. Poor Abby, we got you out of bed very early yesterday. Really sorry about that. But I really couldn't thank you enough, and also to all our speakers before us, for all the different sessions, and most importantly, I guess, for all the people that are attending. And I hope this was an enjoyable, entertaining, and useful experience at UNICON. We've tried to make it everything, not Waylay. It's kind of your event. Automation is important. We're a constituent part. We'd like to think of that bigger thing happening. But we were just delighted to have the opportunity to set up this event, get the conversation going, and hopefully it won't be the last one. Callum, over to you to close.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. First of all, yes, thank you very much to all of our speakers today. I must say, excuse me, got a frog in my throat there. Perfect timing. Just wanted to say, yeah, that really enjoyed this panel discussion. It's absolutely fascinating. As someone who's gone and started a company before and not seen it exactly succeed, it's great to hear about all of the insights and the resilience that you need to have to be a founder and have the balls to go do it. So, I mean, being an entrepreneur, I think, is really, it's pivotal for the future. I think more people should consider it. And I think that's the great thing about this event that we put on today. There's been such a mix of people. There's been aspiring entrepreneurs, there's been established entrepreneurs, there's been VPs, there's everyone, and there's bringing together of people. And I think that I hope people went out there and networked today and really made the most of it. So yeah, I'd really like to just also say a huge thank you to all of the speakers once again, and also to the Waylay team, Veslin, Sander, Orestes, Boric, Leonard himself, and everyone else that has basically contributed to the event. So overall, a fantastic day, and I hope that we can do more events in the future.
Great, and at a personal level, thank you, Callum, because Callum is the one that is carrying the can on executing this event, and it's kind of been a very strange 12 months at least, and doing something like this is kind of non-trivial. So thank you very much as well.
Cool.
So with that, we'll all say goodbye.
Yeah, and as you know, the switch button's down the bottom to go back to the backstage. All right. Well, thanks everyone for watching the event. Okay. Goodbye.
Thanks,
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.